and the number of people in the vehicles in these simulations, and I thought it was really compelling as to something that we might be able to use, not necessarily directly in this planning process, but as part of looking at the transportation needs and stressors that we have in the event of wildfire evacuation. So
Thank you.
I'll try to get those links back out to everybody because it was just,
Thank you.
We're good now. I had the wrong link open.
All right. Welcome, those of you who are online. Thanks for joining us. We've called the meeting to order and we're now in general comment. Comment that's specific to transportation is closed, but at this time, if you have a general public comment, you can raise your hand in Teams and we'll hear from you. All right, we're not seeing anyone, so we'll go ahead and move forward. And I'll remind you that there is a general public comment again at the end of this meeting if you hang with us through the whole thing. Okay. So now we're moving on to our transportation element discussion. We made it through this on our November 17th or 19th meeting through part of it. We'll review the sections. There may be some suggestions that are from the sections that we've already been over the first two goals, but mainly we'll focus on the second two goals and the body. So. All right.
Sure.
Yes, Scott.
Could I start with two general questions?
Yes.
Thank you. So the first question I have would relate to the map that's at the appendant. And this one would maybe be for Craig. Looking at the future land use map stuff that the consultants generated. And I noticed that just across the viaduct on Edgewood, between the dog park and Texas Avenue, next to Texas Avenue, there's something called East Texas Avenue. Do you know what East Texas Avenue is?
Yeah, there's a county right of way just east of Texas Avenue that is called East Texas Avenue.
And how wide is that, do you know? 40 or 60?
It's probably a 40-foot county right of way, and it only extends maybe less than 1,000 feet north of Edgewood.
Right. I got on the GIS system and I was looking at those tracts, land and properties in there. There's a number of them that are large. Many have been subdivided. One of them's a platted subdivision now. And it looks like that area is primed and ready for what could be major subdivision activity. And when we're talking about extending that or an above grade crossing there some more. And then I noticed also that, I don't know if it's East Texas, it's not directly below Columbia Avenue, but it's darn close. Would that, is there anything in the future extension of services or planning or anything that would be preparing us for that kind of large scale subdivision development in that area that has been done?
So the city is working on a railroad crossing elimination plan right now through a grant through the Federal Railroad Administration. And one of the projects we'll be looking at is a potential grade separated crossing between the existing viaduct and East Second Street. I will tell you that is the absolute most expensive alternative. In order to do so, that viaduct is going to start climbing somewhere between Second and First Street. So all of that entire neighborhood will now have a bridge basically going over it. And then likewise on the north side of the tracks, because it's literally the widest part, of the train depot, it would go over Edgewood and come down somewhere around where that new development that Ruis is doing on Texas Avenue. But yeah, Columbia and Texas do line up fairly well. So there is opportunity there and it's being investigated, but we're probably talking about a $20+ million project.
Okay. And so, and you're talking about the Ruiz stuff back there on Texas?
Between Colorado and Texas,
Okay,
just north of Edgewood.
all right, and that's how many, what is that?
Roughly 200 units, 190, I believe.
Okay, 190 units going in there now.
Correct.
And so, and it, I mean, would you agree with me that that area has a great deal based on, you know, land use divisions and stuff, that area does have potential to become really large scale subdivision?
Yeah, I mean, there's the potential there. I mean, the biggest hurdle, I would say, beyond transportation is sewer. You don't currently have a sewer crossing of the railroad tracks to serve that area. And so there'd be a very significant infrastructure improvement to serve that area with sanitary sewer.
I heard rumbling somewhere that that's doable.
Oh, it's doable, for sure, yeah.
All right, how much? And so the crossing that you're talking about isn't down there where the current at-grade crossing is. This would be different.
That'll be another option that we'll be looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, it's turning East Second Street into a grade separated crossing, either an overpass or an underpass.
Okay. All right. And the second question I had escapes me. I know. So in the very beginning, this would be like for maybe Mallory. This multimodal community statement here.
Where's that?
Just right on the
On the
first
very
page at the top. Vision statement. Where we place equal emphasis on non-motorized, motorized forms of transportation while considering associated impacts on land use and existing transportation infrastructure. What does that mean to you? I mean, I'm having trouble as I drive around here in the middle of winter and all the sidewalks are icy. And I look at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2, where it says, older disabled residents who are no longer able to drive but still need access around the city. I mean, I don't see how the trails are gonna help, or the multimodal stuff is gonna help them in any way.
I mean, that's just a conversation that the city has to have more thoroughly on, like, how designing our streets to be easily accessible, right? That there are ways in which you can build multi-use paths or like both bike lanes and those kind of things. And this is a further conversation
Sure.
further down the road, where when you're plowing the street with a plow, like a plow truck, you're also plowing off the area that people are walking, right? If we really want to incentivize creating all forms of transportation the same, those are the kind of things that have to happen further down the line, right? Like, you know, there's also conversations about, and again, conversation for another day, but like sidewalks right now, residents are expected to plow the sidewalks, right? And so that means that not all areas are gonna be accessible for everyone. But I mean, I think it's a good vision, right? Like, how do we create and policies that incentivize creating like clearing of pathways so people can more easily get around?
So I guess what's giving me the heartburn is the word equal, right? I mean, I understand the spirit in which that is offered, and I've got no problem with that or objection to it. But it does seem to me to be unequal. I mean, it's more like it's seasonal, right? I mean, what we're talking about is, you know, the shoulder seasons and the summer for people to use these pathways, because, I mean, you know, if you're young and you got a fat tire bike and you want to risk going across that viaduct, you know, more power to you. It's not me. And so, I get what you're saying, but, I'm troubled by the word equal.
I mean, I think like another argument here is that if you are building more densely and walkable and making your community more walkable, less of your tax dollars are being extended to extend services, to extend the plowing. So you have more funds to prioritize truly making those things, right? So like if this is the vision that we want for our community, if we actually want people to be using our sidewalks and our paths year round, if that is the vision that people have, then that is like all of these things have to be integrated into the plan, because if you take one thing out, then yes, you are not going to create a system that incentivizes equal emphasis on non-motorized walking, right? Because if you're putting all of your tax resources into extending services farther and farther out of town, then you're extending how much you're spending on plowing, on all of those things to maintain,
Sure.
right?
I understand that. But I guess I mean, we're driving year round, right?
But you don't, like, if you intentionally as a city are making decisions so that it is more walkable and you're putting that money into the infrastructure, it doesn't have to be that way. There are ways all across the world in which people treat all forms of transportation equal, right? It's a decision that we would have to make as a city and commit to. But you have to think about further down in this chapter, if you take things out, that will negate what you're saying, right? Like, if we don't build densely, if we don't prioritize transportation, if we don't prioritize these things, then yeah, it won't be equal.
So, I mean, in all of that, your assumption is that that's the goal, that's the policy, your choice we want, that's the goal we want as a community.
That is what that says to me, yes.
All right.
That if you want an emphasis on non-motorized and motorized forms of transportation, you have to think about all those things interconnected.
Well, and I understand it, but I mean, we're not like Florida. I mean, this would make sense to me if we were like in a warm state.
Right, but they do these in Nordic countries all the time. You just have to prioritize it as a city.
Well, we don't have to. I mean, it's a choice, right? I mean, and they're.
Right, but if this is the vision, right, this is the vision that the community said they wanted, and those are the things, right, that you have to have in the plan.
I didn't take away from the vision process, the idea that, you know, we want to have the sidewalks plowed in the winter equally with the roads.
But then you're also saying that people who have disabilities, people who are older and less mobile, should not have the same ability to get around.
No, well, I'm not saying that. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to get at here, and I'm really looking for help on that word equal.
I mean, to me, equal is great. That's the kind of vision I want for my community. So like, to me, that's what I think we should be working towards.
I'm gonna call this now. I think it's a good discussion to start on going forward, because that's the idea and the goal of this whole transportation element. We've talked about throughout is making multimodal transportation. Last time we added in all season, to ensure, so on goal 1, we added the in all seasons. So I think that was a good step towards doing exactly what we're talking about now. And I want to get back to, going through these kind of line by line with an ear to keeping it equal and how to do that. So, I did have one thing. We had a comment come in that was written. And in this way, we will revisit a few things if the comments are in writing. So objective, goal 1, objective A. I would like to add objective A. This policy will promote mobility and accessibility for people of all ages and abilities. This is something that came in on the 13th of November from Kate McMahon. And I know that we had referenced of all ages and abilities, but in her email, she discusses when we apply for grants, and those are looked at very closely, the objectives, not just the goals.
Mhm.
So I do think it's a good idea. Yes,
I just,
go ahead.
we're talking about this one here.
Yes,
Okay, so
1A.
how, are you saying
so
revise this or add a second statement?
add a second statement.
Okay, second statement. Can you give me two, oh, wait a minute, let me get
Yeah.
my track changes. Since I'm trying to stay up here. Okay, say it again.
So second sentence, on A, this policy will promote mobility and accessibility for people of all ages and abilities. Yes, according to me. Does that suffice for everyone? I want to honor that comment that it's not just in the goal, but also an objective. And I appreciate that addition.
Was that a public comment that came through? I don't remember. Or-
Yeah, it was, Kate McMahon on, she's usually commenting on airport issues. But this was referencing, several people had talked about, disability and access for all. So that's the reason that we added. all
Was it a
ages
written
and
public
abilities.
comment that you got out of a red mark? I guess I'm confused where that comment came from.
It's an email. I don't know.
Was it an email I posted or is it a
Yeah,
different?
It's in our comment packet.
Okay.
Not just to me.
All right, fair enough. I know, that's what I didn't.
I do not accept public comments to my personal
Okay.
email address. Just kidding. Posted. And if we needed to pull it up, but I don't.
Yeah,
think
no
that's
worries.
necessary.
Well, there's 160 pages, that's why I wasn't sure.
All right, anything on goal number 1 that anyone wants to
Yeah.
add?
I would like to add an objective. It's 2 objective E, goal 1.
Like to add to goal 1, objective E.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. And this is from public comment. Vehicle speed limits should be reduced throughout the community. Reducing speeds improves safety, mobility, and comfort.
That's a second objective underneath this one.
Or
Part of E.
I think it looks to me like, a sentence added to goal 1, section E.
Goal 1, section E, to the develop prioritization criteria one.
And that's talking about missing sidewalks and trails.
Objective, the objective E I have.
I gave you a copy of those.
Along with.
Sidewalks. and trails.
Yes, it does, and I would still add that as objective F, so, okay.
Oh,
Did we do that last?
or goal 3.
oh, so we're adding a new objective. Okay.
A new objective.
It's a new objective.
Yes,
So,
Got it.
this one does not necessarily have to be with another objective. This can stand alone.
That's fine.
That's what I was confused about. All right, so like what I'm writing out here.
All right. Any discussion about adding this objective?
Do we have any idea of like what the speed limit would be, like 15 miles an hour, or would that be left up to?
And I think a lot of it would balance on the police department. But the general nationwide kind of trend is drop the 5, right? So 25 would be 20.
Hmm.
And I've heard support from Chief Kelch that he would like to see that as well. So
So do we need to try that or we could?
I would not in this document. No, I just like reducing vehicular speeds.
So everyone in favor of adding this? Raise your hand.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay. Ben wants to drive fast.
My only objection is it's very broad. It applies to every single street in the town.
Yes, it
And I'm not sure it makes sense for every single street in the town. That's my.
You could add, with adding a word, help that, like as appropriate.
Yeah.
Not to include Collector Street, that type of thing.
No, I think of speed limits being something of like an engineering thing. It's like some roads are speed limits, some of the middle streets.
I would second rewording. Suggestions for people to
My only pushback against that though is like, as we see more traffic and like if the goal is to be like a place in which there is a lot more like walking and biking. Decreasing the speed throughout the city just seems like a safer way to go. If we truly want to create a place where people feel comfortable to walk and bike and do all those things. So that'd be my only pushback against not dropping it on the main roads, like, you know, like people go like 50, 60 miles an hour on 93 coming into town, you know, before it narrows. And so I think it'd be great to see like those things, but that's just it's not a hill I'm gonna die on from a safety standpoint.
Objection noted.
I'm only one opinion.
I think
One comment,
yes.
legally, it looks to me like this is not taking away the discretion of the police or the transportation department. I think they still have discretion to do what they feel appropriate and where.
Well, especially Montana Department of Transportation on those grades.
Well, yes.
Remember,
There's a lot of right of way that we don't have jurisdiction over
But
and
what we
we
do-
can't make the change, but I mean, it could just say, consider reducing speeds.
I do note that there is a note that goes along with this in the comment that talks about, that's in the transportation plan and gives the site, it's in the Safe Streets for All, and it gives sites there, and it's in the downtown business district master plan as well. So I think that's in design to incorporate, or at least call those things out here. We took a vote, right?
yeah, we have consensus. We just had one objection and a reasoning and we're gonna move on. So thanks for adding that.
Were we voting on these individually?
We're saying yay or nay. Yeah,
Okay.
everyone said yeah. So
As long as there's an action, I know everybody's on board.
we all raised our hand and then,
So I'm sure I had one for
yes, go ahead.
F, which, I guess it would be its own objective, so I don't know that we would necessarily call it F. Adopt a traffic calming program as recommended in Safe Streets for All, page 66.
So we did add that last time. That was our last action. We made that item K. I'm not opposed to putting it in this as well. I don't think redundancy is a bad thing in this document.
Oh, I see it, yep.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, so I just wanna alert us to the fact that we did add it, so this wouldn't be, do we wanna add it? We
No.
already have, it would just be, would we like to put it in goal 1 as well? And I think it does fit in goal 1 also, so that's up to everyone if there's a place that we would like to add this same statement. That's fine. Ben, any advice on redundancy in this document? Okay. Alan, strong feelings?
Strong feelings?
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's add it.
So where are we adding it? The same,
Yeah, the exact same verbiage,
okay, we're adding to which one?
an objective under goal 1.
Just as a brand new objective.
Yes.
The,
I see that I was working from the previous draft on this one, so I apologize.
No, it's fine. We had just,
oops, I want to do that.
we had discussed it with the Whitefish youth. When they were here to add that somewhere and it seemed to fit in 3 as well.
Okay.
But then we had a suggestion to add it in 1. So is everyone agreeable to this being added to 1 as well? Raise your hand. Great. Leave it. Moving on. All right. And we had added 2 things last time, 2 objectives and goal 1. So unless someone has anything else, move on to goal 2. Okay, Um, I have an objective to add in goal 2. And that's, to add a new first objective, which would be reduce vehicle speeds throughout the community.
As needed.
I think as we have jurisdiction.
Goal
so-
2A, you're saying?
Yes. And I think it's the same discussion we just had, that the city has the ability to in certain places and does not in other places, and the police chief is, sounds like, in
Like
favor
that?
of this.
A drop in 5.
Yes, yeah, and it's a national trend, so any discussion or,
Quick question on that. I mean,
Yeah.
What does that have to do with connectivity?
Connectivity.
so reducing vehicle speeds, like as you're connecting, because we're talking about, all of these different, like what we were calling a collector street and deciding not to call it a collector street. So as we're connecting, reducing speeds to make those connections work for neighborhoods throughout. Yes.
Can I comment? My only comment would be maybe goal 3, because that talks about the transportation land use and associated impacts.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, no strong feelings, but
Okay.
it would, to me, fit probably better in 3 than 2, but again, don't have a strong feeling about it. It's a little random in the connectivity.
Okay,
Sure.
yes.
I have a question. So I have also possibly adding incorporating complete street strategies and reduced vehicle speeds. So I think that sort of connects what you were saying about,
Mhm.
so maybe we could make one sentence out of that.
That makes sense.
Reduce vehicle speeds throughout the community and incorporate complete street strategies.
That's in the same spot.
Mhm.
Yeah. We did that last time.
Any discussion on this? Ben, go ahead.
I'm still hung up on the fact that it's everywhere. I mean, what do you think about that, Greg?
I mean, it's clearly redundant. I mean, it's a goal that we've already established,
Oh,
an
do you-
objective we've established in goal 1. But I don't know that it hurts to be redundant. I'm just still struggling with how vehicle speed has a correlation to this particular goal.
And I think the complete streets is 3 times mentioned as an objective. Same
But do
thing.
you mean the fact it's everywhere to reduce the speed?
Yeah, I still,
Oh, I thought you meant everywhere in the plan.
yeah,
Well, I'm open to that. I mean, if it's in there, that's my purpose.
Leave it.
And I was working from the previous draft, so it's first.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're saying should be doesn't mean that we shall be
right.
or must. What's our new word? Will.
Well,
Well, it's intentionally vague. I'm finding a way.
So in favor of leaving it here as it is, raise your hand. Not in favor of leaving it here. Alright, so we're gonna leave it for now, and if council would like to strike it later, I assume there'll be some of that. But yeah, we'll leave it for now. And there may be other places where it fits better and we can come back and say we don't want it there. So, yeah, thank you. All right, I have from a public comment that we received, also on F, incorporating complete street strategies and speeds, and that's in connection to all of the,
sorry, Chair.
yeah, to F,
Okay.
to F, sorry. And this is in reference to Monaghan Road, Whitefish Avenue, Baker, Caro, so incorporating complete streets there, so it may fit better there than on its own above. So I'm not agreed to having it either place, but one of those two. Does anybody have thoughts on whether it goes with Baker, Caro, these newer, newer efforts?
I would think it was a little more specific up there. That has kind of been a major concern that's been expressed by a lot of people.
Okay,
What did I miss?
Adding it to the, objective, what is that one now?
F.
Yeah. Adding the last part, just adding the last sentence to the last phrase to the sentence on objective F, is that right?
The
that
big
was a
mountain,
suggestion. Oh, we're not on, oh,
No.
no, this is,
My bullets have changed
Oh.
now, and Allington's been yours.
that's right.
So
Yeah.
you were
It
talking
was
G?
G,
Okay,
yeah.
and what are you suggesting?
So that would be after Caro Avenue. Incorporating complete streets and reducing vehicular speed,
You're adding.
adding at the end of that sentence. Complete street strategies.
You say complete or safe?
Complete street. Complete.
So. He's doing it, can I do this?
Please.
So, question for Craig, so would a complete street strategy include things like connecting East Texas to whatever is down below, is that part of that concept?
No, that would be part of connectivity. Complete streets just means when a street is designed, it's designed for all modes of travel. It includes
Okay,
shared use path, a sidewalk, street trees, street lighting.
thank you.
Any objection to this being added? There. Or in favor of, I'll ask. For this,
I have,
John, go ahead.
something bothers me about that, I mean, the definition of complete streets, including street lighting. That seems to me to be an invitation to, light pollution and excess expense.
Well, it just adds to the safety of a bicycle or a pedestrian.
But it decreases from the character of the neighborhood. Not sure what to do with that, just bothers. Me. And it's expensive, but I think that affordable housing would be a better use for expensive streetlights.
I don't disagree. Streetlights are really expensive, but I also struggle with the idea of introducing new active transportation to a roadway without having safe lighting.
Kind of annoying for the people who have to live along where the lighting is.
I think it's still dark sky compliant light, right? Yeah, we still
Okay,
rate that.
I raised that, I don't have a destination to.
Yeah, I don't know that we have an actual
Suggesting changing it.
definition for complete streets, but I think there's a nationwide kind of,
Yeah,
definition that we could at some point add, but in general, I mean, not only do the streetlights provide, safety for walkers, bikers, wheelchairers, but they're also a traffic calming mechanism that kind of let you know you're in an urban environment, and you should slow down and you should pay attention to other forms of, traffic.
Quick comment here. So I mean, to your point, John, like there are different types of lighting, right, that can be added to paths that recognize that like light pollution, like smaller sort of bollard type of lights versus like the tall, and so I don't know if within that objective,
That would help.
if there's something that you could put that still allows for that accessible use of that.
You're suggesting something with the lights on Carroll Avenue that are on new?
I haven't driven down by that, but are those shorter kind of bollards. where-
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Exactly.
I think we're
The
all on the same
lights on
page.
Carroll.
Yeah. The city will do the appropriate thing in each area, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's.
I mean, the
something
lights
I
on
think we have
Carroll
to-
are standard 14-foot dark sky compliant, street light.
But they're not bright.
Oh, no,
So
they're
they're
they're as
very-
dim as they could possibly be.
Exactly.
Which has been a product of years of, trial and research. We did do a number of bollard lights, lower scale, like 4-foot bollard lights on Texas Avenue, which are fine in the summer, but they tend to disappear in the winter as we plow snow up against them, so. But yeah, and then in the city's engineering standards, we show a number of different alternatives for dark sky compliant lighting. So.
Thanks for figuring all that out for us, Greg.
Is the term complete streets used anywhere else in this document or defined anywhere?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
referenced multiple places.
There's a definition in the narrative,
Yeah.
all the detail in the
And then
bottom
it's
of the narrative,
been
also
documents.
national descriptions of what it means.
Right.
Yeah. So we can get that exactly. And then we talked last time about having, like a glossary or a list of terms that are used in this and has.
It's
so we don't know
forthcoming.
when, but it's
You're not gonna have it by,
Yeah,
February 19th, probably.
exactly. But we'll keep that in mind that all of these things that are being mentioned will be referenced and available. All right, so I don't think that we ever all said yes to this. In reference to Carol on G, is everyone okay with incorporating? Thanks, guys. Okay, so that will be there. Moving on. The next thing I have is under what was K with explore opportunities to improve connectivity. Had a comment submitted in writing. And I appreciate that this was geared toward all downtown neighborhood streets with a concern for parking not being reduced with connectivity being improved. So this is adding to K, in that period at the end of that sentence and saying, or materially reducing on-street parking spaces on any streets in our downtown neighborhoods. Yeah.
Or materials
On any streets.
reducing on-street parking spaces.
Any streets.
On any
So-
streets, yeah, in our downtown neighborhoods. Discussion on this?
What if that conflicts with our pedestrian accessibility goals? We sometimes don't like to choose between street parking and sidewalks and stuff.
I feel like our downtown streets already have sidewalks that are present because we've had that program. Do you know of any unsidewalked streets downtown that would conflict with that, Craig?
It's tricky. I mean, every
I mean,
downtown
yeah.
roadway reconstruction project is different and has its own variables.
Mhm.
I don't know that I have an issue with that addition, though. I guess my only question is materially reducing. Does that mean like you can reduce 5%, but not 10%? 50% out.
Interpret that.
Well,
Yeah, I would just take the
more.
material out.
what comes to my mind is sometimes for safety, I know on a lot of these small side streets, occasionally a sign will pop up that will say no parking from here to corner, which is very appreciated because people will park right to the corner and you
Yeah.
can't see. So that to me is not materially reducing the number of spaces, but is increasing safety. So that wouldn't be a problem to take away one space to make the road visible.
You're gonna paint that space red.
Yeah, paint it red, for safety reasons, or if a fire hydrant has to go in. So all of these things might take away one or two spots, but you're not saying no parking on this side of
Okay.
the street. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that does make sense.
All right. Any more discussion on this? All in favor of adding it? Okay. Thanks. That will stay there. So now we're back to where we started on goal 3. Thanks for hanging in here with us, guys. Um. Thing to bring up in this is the term of the word mixed use, is scattered throughout this, yeah, this document, but this goal in particular. I know that we have talked about this before, and to me, this screams commercial and residential. If mixed use in some places means adding residential where there's already commercial, I think that's a great addition and improves transportation. But overwhelmingly from the public, I've heard, do not add residential. So we can have that discussion, but I'm a fan of removing the term mixed use. We had that discussion in the economic section, and I think it stands in my mind here the same, but we can talk about it if you guys would like to.
I'll go first if no one else wants to.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so, like I said in my intro, when Scott asked me about equal access, without mixed use, this document will not be multimodal. It will not accomplish the things that are set out to be done in here. I just want to make that really clear, because if you do not allow for some limited commercial and residential throughout the community, you are requiring that people who do not live in the areas closest to downtown, that they will be driving to get their basic needs met. I just want that to be abundantly clear to the public, that if you take mixed use out, like, just be aware that you are not going to be able to accomplish these goals. And then I'm going to go through and I'm going to read some things. There's a lot of really important research around transportation, mixed use, and I also want to speak historically. My mom grew up here, my grandpa grew up here, my great grandma grew up here, my great great grandpa grew up here. Mixed use is a part of the history of Whitefish. There used to be commercial in our residential areas, and it was not uncommon to have small stores in the residential. You can be very prescriptive in how you zone for commercial and residential, but people are making it out to seem that we're gonna get big box stores in our neighborhoods, and there are ways to control against that. Right now, what that says, when you take out mixed use from this document, you are saying that the only people that should have a quality of life in which they can walk to, get a coffee, to go to the grocery store, to do some of those basic needs, are people who can afford downtown neighborhoods along Wisconsin. And there are plenty of neighborhoods in our community that are not within walking distance, not within those type of places. So I'm just adamantly opposed about mixed use, I was against it in economic development, I'm against it in this. So this book is called Walkable City Rules, 101 Steps to Making Better Places by Jeff Speck. So in chapter 9, fix your codes, eliminate legal barriers to mixed use. It is clear why the city of zones is the exact opposite of the walkable city. If nothing is close to anything different and the only connection is a single fat roadway, then the population is automatically conscripted to driving. We have a great walkable downtown area. We have parts of just on the other side of the viaduct that are great and walkable. Shouldn't we make it so that more people in our community have access to that? So that's one quote from this book. Communities that fund infrastructure with an eye to long-term return will invest in compact mixed-use development, especially in historic districts and not in sprawl. From the book Happy City by Charles Montgomery, Transforming Our Lives Through Urban Design. It helps to compare cities and their transportation systems to forests. Rich, diverse ecosystems are always healthier and more resistant than monocultures. Just as a mixed forest can better survive a beetle infestation than a free tree farm consisting of one variety of pine, a city that enables endless combinations of mobility will be more resilient than a city that organizes itself around just one way of moving. It will adjust more easily to shifts in economics, human taste, and energy supply. It will fill in the blanks that master plans cannot see within the tangle of the complex urban system. It will make the most of technologies that can evolve, solve the problems particular cities, tight spaces, congested streets, and most of all, people with wildly varying preferences. And then lastly, as a mental health therapist to teenagers that I see daily, one of the best things that you can do for kids is give them access to things that they can walk to. You give them freedom and you give them autonomy. I grew up in this town. I built trust in this town because I always lived a mile from downtown. And I think all of our community all of our kids should have access to that kind of thing. So
Valerie, can I ask a question? Since you are a fifth generation Whitefisher, what happened to the prior small businesses in the neighborhoods over the last 100 years?
I mean, I think
Why did they cease to exist?
over time, we zoned it out. So in the 1960s, throughout the country, there was a lot of ways in which we as a society decided to separate our zones. And it happened all over the
You're not
country.
saying actual zoning, you're just saying like we decided.
No zoning, like we changed the zoning laws throughout the country. And so Whitefish, I think Whitefish was like 1980s is when it hit here, is when we did a lot of the zoning. And we literally made it impossible for us to have those kind of things. So as those disappeared, right, as people were, they aged, whatever, and they no longer ran those institutions, then it was largely illegal in most of our cities.
So you're saying that businesses didn't necessarily fail,
I mean,
they zoned out.
some of them potentially, yes, yeah.
Just kind of leaving aside, a couple comments, if I may. If we're not supporting mixed use, when we're talking about putting residential into commercial areas like the hospital property, 4093, that's mixed use. What we want to do with what's been talked about with the hospital property, adding a residential component into that area, that's mixed use. So mixed use doesn't just mean putting commercial and residential neighborhoods. It also means encouraging developing commercial, residential, and all those things together as one cohesive development. That could be anywhere along the 4093 corridor. And the other thing I guess I would strongly recommend is if we do that, we're in conflict with all of our growth policies, all of our transportation plans, the climate action plan, the climate action committee. Like we're going down a very different road.
On the table.
Okay, back to the spring of 2024, the visioning process. Over 250 people participated. And when asked to rank values, the number one value that they wanted to preserve was a small town feel of Whitefish. And we have had comments, and I believe that spreading commercial into residential areas, like spreading it into the avenues, that erases the small town feel. So I think we have a strong constituency against this kind of mixed use. I'm all for mixing residential into the commercial areas, the second, third, maybe fourth story can be residential. So we could adopt some language that makes that happen. And the avenues and the older areas right around downtown are more vulnerable. The subdivisions like Great Northern Heights, Old Town, O'Brien Bluffs, a little further out, they all have covenants against commercial. So it's really inflicting commercial on the older areas of town, which are defenseless, and it still won't be allowed out in the subdivision areas up by the food bank, police station, and west of the golf course and so forth. And then if mixed use is allowed, then it's a slippery slope. how do we avoid strip malls? Last time in August, when we were going over the economic development goals and objectives again, there was a comment made that this was the road to Helena. And Helena, you go from one end to the other and it's all commercial. You go out toward where I was a soccer coach for 9 years and we went to Helena a lot. And there's a connector going north. There's commercial all along that one, in addition to their downtown. So in the whole area by the Capitol, a couple of those streets are all commercial. It's just this mixture and this mess that I don't think the majority of these people who went to the visioning sessions want to have. And so for the avenues, we still have an area where people can walk from the high school down to downtown. It's like 6 or 8 blocks. That's doable in good weather. I think that's how Whitefish should feel. I think it's how the visioning people want it to feel. And so I would eliminate the mixed use or qualify it, allowing it outside residential areas. That's another solution.
And just make really one quick, so that is already allowed. So by state law, where there is commercial for the most part, you are already allowed to build.
Vaguely understand that.
I think that's the issue with this term. Broadly mixed use, what it is doing is allowing commercial and residential, and that's what we've heard resoundingly. It's been tried, it didn't work. I'm not sure that those businesses were zoned out. I think that to have a walkable neighborhood with a coffee shop, either you're gonna have a lot of traffic. That coffee shop is going to survive. I mean, how many cups of coffee per day would each neighbor have to walk and purchase to make it a viable business? And what people are envisioning might work for a year to keep that business afloat, but if it is successful, then you have not the neighborhood that you had before, you have a busy street. If it isn't successful, it goes out of business and you have an empty commercial building. And I think that's what we've heard again and again. I cannot support commercial and residential, and we've done this before, so I'm requesting that we remove throughout the term mixed use. The term infill can be defined later, and that does actually mean adding things where they already are. And we're going to have to define what we mean by infill in each zone. However that's done, but this term mixed use, and then actually saying residential and commercial uses integrating, I think this is not what the community has asked for. So,
Sure.
yes.
My concern is that kind of basically this is premature. This is really a land use issue and discussion that we're having now. And if we put it in now here, then it seems to me that that would then predetermine the outcome of the subsequent discussion we're going to have. So I would favor taking it out now. And if the ultimate decision is that we want mixed use, then we have the track, we can come back and put it back in. But, that's my 2 cents.
So you're in favor of striking bullet number 3 altogether?
I've got some specific lines.
Yeah, I just have
Yeah, okay.
the term mixed use, because it's peppered throughout, and I don't think it means what we want it to mean for past discussions.
On your, the handout I gave you, there's a list of red line, green language that would do what you're suggesting, I believe.
Yeah. So would you like to go?
It might be quicker just to start mixed use. Period.
Well, there are some other things in here. But, I mean, they would just read a couple and see if you think it's relevant to go there, and if not, then Andy. On, five, roll three, I guess. Existing and future land uses should steer infrastructure planning. Could add something, investments in transportation infrastructure should be made to stimulate desired development patterns.
It's a new sentence.
These, yeah, don't write it down yet. I'm just, and if the tone of this is something that people would want to do. So then on objective 6, objective X, strike misuse land use patterns. Right, cross that out.
Just keep the encouraging and the, we're saying private.
Yeah,
Prioritize this, you're striking the first part and you're leaving the encouraged part.
Then that one would read, encourage and enable the development of housing, jobs and services in close proximity to one another and in proximity to jobs and services to present sprawl. So try and,
Scott, finish.
yeah,
At the top of the page, we have a phrase that was stricken
yeah.
about integration of residential and commercial, which doesn't say mixed use. So we should specifically strike that one as well.
Yeah, no, there's a number of them here. I'm just kind of like, I was highlighting a couple to see if you think that that's worth having that discussion or not.
I think it's worth, because if simply taking out the term mixed use doesn't allow direction, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um,
So I could propose these, or you could propose them as a specific, that one by one.
yes, you can.
All right,
The one after existing that was in the goal. I agree with that. So Alan, did you type that? So
I guess I don't know, maybe not. Where are we?
So go up a bit,
We're on 3, there's
in
3.
the italicized portion
Okay,
where it says, sorry, I'm trying to find it, existing,
Okay.
yes. So after infrastructure planning,
infrastructure, yeah,
add a new sentence, investment in transportation infrastructure.
that's directly after infrastructure planning.
Yes.
And that,
Stimulates desired development patterns. And strike the and in the next transportation begins a new sentence.
okay,
So this is taking it back more to where we're putting transportation and that stimulating where development will happen.
Craig, I swear I've heard you say in council meetings before that you never build infrastructure before it's needed. Is that still true? Sorry.
Never is a strong word. Traditionally, that hasn't been the way that Whitefish has grown.
Yeah.
We've relied on development to expand our infrastructure. It doesn't necessarily fall in line with the concurrency policies that we've talked about in the past, where yeah, you know, if you build it, they will come kind of a thing. But the city doesn't have funding capacity to, for example, extend Baker Avenue from 19th Street to JP Road. You know, and so we're relying on developers to come in and subdivide and build pieces at a time. So I wouldn't say never, but the reality is it would require significant additional funding sources if we were to expand our infrastructure to allow for future development.
Yeah, and how would you even do that? I mean, we might know that some general area of town might be developed in the future, but future could be a long time from now.
Well, it's the chicken and the egg.
Right.
Well, at least in part, that's what we're doing in the plan, right? We're looking at those areas. Thing, or possibly be developed and then, you know, after reaching sort of a consensus in this plan, then it would enable the city to begin that extension of services strategy or continue it, I guess. But, I mean, we had a conversation, Craig, where, I think others, the other cities that do extend that stuff out, initially, they can afford to do it. That's the better way to go. Right? I mean, because you're, planning for your growth. And by, not having that stuff in place now, it's a hit or miss whether the city or anybody will ever get the money to do that, but we still have those things being approved, even though the infrastructure isn't yet built.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I completely agree with the addition of the statement into the plan.
Okay.
It's just a matter of planning for the future to make sure that the city can afford to do so.
Yeah, because all of our current transportation planning is based on traffic counts and terms of service and stuff, which are a measure of things today.
Mhm.
So to do this correctly, you would have to have a separate study or something that would essentially try to develop what traffic capacity will be in some future period of time.
Yeah, well, I mean, every plan that we do has a growth component to it. You know, we project growth. And we look at what today's traffic counts will look like in 20, 30, 40 years.
Well, prime example is Wisconsin Avenue, right? Projected growth at 3.9% per year.
I don't know if it's quite that high. but-
Actually, now we're 1%.
Yeah, we're.
1.5.
1.5,
It's
yeah.
in the 2018 Wisconsin corridor plan, it says 3.9. The Wisconsin
slowed
Avenue,
down.
that's some.
We went through a spike, but we've definitely slowed down since then. But nonetheless, I mean, I think this is a valid addition to the plan for sure.
Those in favor of adding this? Raise your hand.
What are we adding?
This
Look, Alan wrote down.
investment in transportation infrastructure to stimulate desired development patterns.
First green line on Scott's second page.
Yeah.
Second paragraph.
Existing future land uses for infrastructure planning.
You got that, John?
Yeah, okay, we find it now.
Anyone
I
opposed?
have doubts about that one because of the cost.
Well, if the money's not there, they aren't gonna do it. I mean, if the money's not there, of course, can't do it. I mean, which is.
Like the use of the word should.
Good thing. Right.
Not will.
It's self-limiting.
Will. Good.
It's just-
Sometimes I like to stand up for the taxpayers. Sounds expensive to me.
Those in favor of adding this
All right,
Fine.
or opposed? We'll leave this in. Thanks, Alan. Scott, you wanna?
So the goal 3. First paragraph. There's the use of mixed use in the second sentence.
Mhm.
Let's strike that and replace it with compact.
Yes. Have that, Alan?
Think so.
Any discussion on replacing mixed use with compact?
Just gonna kind of make a comment. I don't really know how to vote on this because benefits to mixed use, like a lot of stuff that Melanie said, I do believe to be true, but I also don't think that necessarily means mixed use is everywhere in every neighborhood in every way. And I don't think it necessarily means we're redeveloping historic neighborhoods, add commercial in them. And I do feel like sometimes historic neighborhoods actually compose a pretty small percentage of our town, and they tend to drive a lot of policy. And something like this actually applies at least as much, if not more, to new development that we're talking about somewhere else that may be further from the core and may not have close proximity to other things, and where mixed use may be broadly acceptable. And so I hate to foreclose the concept of mixed use as much as I would hate to say it's everywhere all the time. And that's a very like nuanced argument, which is very hard to make in a transportation plan because it's a land use argument. And so I kind of agree. I don't know why this is here. And so I'd love to see that concept developed further in the land use section. And I don't know what to vote here. I don't think mixed use is inherently bad. I just think it needs to be thoughtful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about mixed use in new developments?
Well, right. What's the problem with that? Yeah.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
I guess the one thing we haven't mentioned is remember that you are also going to be seeing the zoning.
Mhm.
And the zoning, particularly the type of zoning we're gonna do, is going to control where this type of development goes. But if you close the door here, it's gonna be difficult then when we're looking at the zoning to ever open it up.
So from my
You're
perspective,
going to control where it's going to go.
I don't think we're closing a door here. I think we're just saying this does not belong here, and then we will have that discussion of where and when. By us taking the term mixed use out of transportation, I don't see that as closing a door in zoning. I think that there will be places in zoning that we say, this is a great spot. You know, where there is potentially already commercial, let's add in infill with residential. Or there are no developments here, this looks like a great spot to have mixed use, but I don't think it applies broadly to be in the transportation section, in the goal and the objectives. That's my issue, it's just throughout mixed use, and I hear lots of murmuring around that people are very concerned about that will allow commercial to come into a residential, be that a historic neighborhood, be that, you know, a development somewhere else that they may not want more traffic. So I think that that's not up to us to put in the transportation plan that we want to add mixed use around. That's a discussion that we'll definitely have again in land use and in zoning. I'm not a fan of it being in here.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So Valerie, when you were describing before, I just want to make sure that I understood the intent of your interpretation is that mixed use should be available everywhere.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
You're just taking it out of the entire document. That's what was discussed earlier. So that's why I brought it up, because looking at the public comment, mixed use is pulled out from throughout the document. And there was no like nuanced discussion until right now having.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't want to know.
No, I mean, I think it has to be a nuanced discussion on where we want it, right? But to pull it out just wholeheartedly, like, that was why I responded the way that I did, because that has been, that was the discussion during economic development too, that it's not a small town character to have mixed use development.
Well, so my perspective on it would be, if I may respond.
Mhm.
Would be that that's where, the reason it's so nuanced is because we're trying to discuss something now that should be in the land use where these concerns would be addressed about, where it is and isn't appropriate.
But I argue that you have to have it in the transportation document if you want to meet the goals of the transportation document. Because mixed use is a part of creating multimodal equal, because people, if you cannot not have mixed use in areas that are right now, you have to get in a car and drive for everything, right?
I
You
understand. that.
have to have mixed use in this document, from my perspective.
Well, so then, but you're not qualifying it in any way, right? You're just saying
I
mixed.
mean, I'd be happy to have that conversation if that is the part of the conversation.
What if, hypothetically in 1 minute, if you were going to, keep it in here, how would you qualify?
I mean, there's lots of ways that you could do it. You could, right now, like, to Ben's point, like, we have a lot of mixed use right in the downtown core. There are studies out there that show that people are not likely to walk more than a mile. So you would want to look at your community. Where are your commercial hubs now? Where are there no commercial hubs? And how do you create connectivity so that people can, within a mile from where they're living, can walk and access, and we can have that conversation about what is it? Do we want to allow corner stores? Do we want to allow small coffee shops or small little cafes, right? Like, those are part of the conversation, but there is a ton of research out there on how far people are willing to walk and when will they start to drive, right? So those are
Bicycle.
part of the conversation.
I mean, there's multimodal, there's all kinds of different transportation we're talking about, not just walking.
Right, yeah.
Um,
And so with biking, it's, I think it's like up to 2 miles or something like that is what you can do, right? So then you would have to figure out what is that happy medium that you're comfortable
well,
with.
isn't that the land use plan? I guess is my question. And that we're gonna decide on.
Yeah, but if you take it out of here, you're just setting it up to have the conversation when we have land use plan, that it's not gonna be included at all, because we
Why?
already did that in the economic development.
No,
aspect
we
as
didn't.
well.
I respectfully would disagree.
No, I literally had this conversation. We took mixed use out of economic.
Yes, we did, but
Right.
not for the reason of eliminating mixed use. It's because, that's a land use, at least that was my perspective. It's a land use discussion.
I mean, but like, to the point of this document, there are areas where we repeat and we repeat and we repeat all throughout the document. So to me, saying like, oh, we can't put it in here, like, we're gonna talk about it in land use, doesn't make sense to me. Like, in land use, we define where it happens and like, what are the parameters of where we want it. But if you take it out of economic development and you take it out of this, you're kind of sending the signal, like, and John has made it clear both times we've had this discussion, that there are people that believe that it against small town character, right? So if you take it out of economic development, you take it out of here, you're sending a very strong message that you don't want mixed use in the discussion at all. I'm just saying, like, that's how I interpret it, and that's how.
Well, I would disagree with that, but I appreciate you explaining it to me.
So,
Madam Chair?
yeah, let's keep it, because we're on transportation, we will continually say, wait for the next section until 2 months from now when there are no more sections and we're moving into zoning. But we'll continually say this is not the right place to have this discussion. We've been having this discussion throughout, and every time something productive comes up, we learn something else about it would be appropriate here, it would not. So looking at transportation and how do we keep that term, if we're gonna quantify it, qualify it, where are we gonna put it? So that's the discussion we're having. John?
Okay, so our choice is to either include it as 100% in or exclude it as 100% out.
No.
We just can't draw all the distinctions of where mixed use may be appropriate or inappropriate here. That's a land use question. So I think that's our.
Saying that I'm in favor of removing that term from this transportation document. Not because I don't want a mixed use anywhere, but because I think it opens the door for commercial and residential across the board. And I don't think that this transportation section, we should be making multimodal useful neighborhoods, whether there is a coffee shop there or not. People should be able to walk and bike and move on sidewalks that are safe, whether they're headed to a store that's 1 block away or coming 2 miles into town. To me, that's not something that makes sense in transportation. I don't want to say because you don't have a store in your community, you're not going to get access to downtown. Those things should happen no matter what, in my perspective. So adding mixed use in here does not make sense to me. So I would propose that we
So
take the term mixed use out.
so my thought was on that first paragraph, strike mixed use, replace it with the word compact.
Yes. Just circle around the.
So if you're in favor of replacing the first term mixed use in goal 3 with compact, raise your hand. Against it. So we're gonna leave it for now, replace with compact. Thank you, Alan. All right, and then the second one, do you have
Following paragraph,
Justin? Mm-hmm.
it says where it says for each prioritized compact, mixed use, just strike mixed use.
Compact development,
Yeah,
and you just.
And and at the end of that sentence,
Mhm.
strike the words and encouraging the integration of residential and commercial uses.
Striking that
The end of that sentence,
or striking that?
yes.
Comments on that? All right, so that's two separate things, but we can vote on them together, I guess. If you're in favor of the changes that just happened in red at the bottom of this page, well, the changes that just happened, striking mixed use and striking encouraging integration of residential and commercial, raise your hand. Yes. Okay. So those changes will stay.
And the next one, did we add that in already? I'm kind of lost here, sorry. What the changes in numbering. So this will probably be page 5.
Parts that we're looking at.
I'm trying to find the one that says existing and future land use should steer infrastructure planning.
Yeah, I think we already dealt with it.
Sentence that
And out of the sentence.
investments in transportation infrastructure.
Yeah, we
We've
did
done
that.
that.
All right, okay, thank you. So then on page 6, I have it as objective F,
Mhm.
prioritize mixed use land patterns.
Okay, so that is already struck
All right,
from earlier.
okay. And then add.
Instead of higher density.
No, I would say,
Okay.
so where it says encourage and enable the development of housing, jobs, services in close proximity to one another. That doesn't make any sense.
No, just.
Yeah,
Alright,
I don't.
All right,
Yeah, I don't
strike
agree with that.
the next one was objective H. Oh, I guess we need to
We already did on that prioritize.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. So then the next one would be transportation infrastructure should be prioritized in areas that are ideally located for, it says higher density housing. Would strike higher density housing and replace, here, the the comment would say affordable or attainable in quotation marks, but I sat in on the housing element. And, I understand that the term of art for, that is community housing as will be defined. Is that correct?
I mean, well, so the housing, community housing, we've got this housing bridge, right? It says that we need X amount of units. I can't remember what the number is over the next 10 years. Sorry, I don't have it on the top of my head. And it says of that number of units, there's percentages. This many needs to be deed restricted for 8 AMI. This many needs to be way below the average median income. Community housing is one type of housing, but the housing element refers to needed housing. The housing bridge, that whole spread of housing is what the housing element says is the needed housing. And then there's different types of needed housing. So I guess community housing was a term that has been used, I think, with the Community Housing Committee. So you could use attainable, you could use affordable, you could use community, but the housing element uses needed housing. Needed housing directly links back to the housing bridge that is in the housing needs assessment. The reason why I didn't want to use community housing is because that's a portion of the needed housing, but there's a spread.
That's right. Okay.
Like you could require, you could argue, and people will, that there is some market-rate housing that is needed, right? There's also some extremely low-income housing that's needed, and there's some median income housing, but that's all different types. There's affordable housing, there's attainable housing, there's workforce housing, there's missing middle housing, and then there's also high-end housing. But the spread that says we need this spread, that's the needed housing. So that would be the term I would recommend. That's what's being consistently used in the housing element.
That makes sense.
Yes. Go ahead, Ben.
What is this thing trying to say? Is it trying to say that we're prioritizing transportation infrastructure for certain types of housing? Or is it trying to say we're prioritizing it to where housing is generally, or more, which is another expensive?
Well, are you asking what the intent of what's written now is?
What is the intent of what's written?
The intent now is saying that where your higher density housing is that the transportation should be adequate for that. That it should be ideally located and prioritizing areas where you're going to have higher density housing. That's what this is saying.
And that's pretty common sense, right?
Again, that's what this says. So if you're building, Texas, all some of the apartments out there, it's saying that that if you're gonna build that transportation infrastructure, we should be building the infrastructure where we know the higher density housing is going to be. So we're talking apples and oranges here, but what Mr. Worcester is saying is not what the intent of this was.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Give us a second to all sync what was just said. Give me a second, I guess. Before we, I just want to read this again. And think about what you just said, Alan, that changing this to affordable, attainable is not the intent of this.
Correct. That's a different goal.
Agree now.
Yes, John.
Okay, what Alan said is perfectly correct. And I might add that in the housing needs assessment 2025, at page 5, there's definitions. And affordable and attainable housing are considered the same thing. Then under that, there's community housing, which includes that, and it's not totally clear, but it means about the same thing as affordable housing.
Mhm.
I'd have to go back and look at it, but it is a little confusing, and I don't know if that helps or not, but.
It's based on AMI levels,
Yeah, ultimately it is.
based on income levels. The types of housing based on income levels.
Correct. As I read the HNA.
But attainable housing means attainable to that is kind of a tricky one. It's affordable housing is also tricky. It's really based on average median income and where do you fall in that spectrum. Missing middle is thrown around a lot. That's for the teachers, the firefighters, and the city planners. They can't afford to live in Whitefish. That's what I need, and I don't have, and I live in Kalispell. That's missing middle housing, right? And then there's the service workers housing that might actually be subsidized. That's affordable housing.
So should we have two separate things here? Because if what we're really wanting to, what you're wanting to say, what we're wanting to say, and I is prioritized for higher density, that could be a subdivision that has $1 million condos that are definitely not attainable or affordable, but they're very high density.
Adequate
So
infrastructure.
we would
for
rather
density.
those people be coming in on bicycles rather than all driving.
It's the same transportation infrastructure, sure, yes. It's saying you need to have adequate infrastructure for the higher density housing project. It should be prioritizing it to where you know more of the housing is, the higher densities of the housing is gonna be.
So this is the same as the sentence that we added earlier with the investments in transportation should be reaching areas where we know that there's gonna be.
It's similar, but you can make the same argument, but that, you can make the same argument for areas where you know they're gonna be highly commercial too. If there's a new commercial area that you know is gonna build out, again, I'll use a hospital, so I'm just picking on that, because that's a big vacant site. You wanna make sure if you're gonna build if a large development's gonna be built there, that you're prioritizing that the road infrastructure is gonna be able to support that.
So what I'm wondering is leave is it I on yours too?
It is now,
Page?
yeah.
Okay, so leave that the way it is because that's a given that we need transportation for. But also we should be prioritizing it for affordable and attainable housing. If that's
So,
different, if that's not.
It is different.
So that's why I like Alan's suggestion of the word needed, right? Because it covers both.
Does needed cover high density? That's not a.
Well, it's strike high density and strike affordable or attainable. It's located for needed housing, right?
I'm saying yes, but keep this for high density because we still do need have concurrency for high density. Transportation for high density that will come, and we know it will come, like you're talking about Texas. But then we also want to prioritize it for needed housing. So separate things.
Okay.
You know, a big subdivision's coming, right? We know in the future, big subdivision's coming, the city needs to be prioritizing them. If we know it's happening or it's gonna happen, we wanna be targeting our infrastructure to serve that, but that's may not be affordable housing.
Mhm. Yes.
I mean, the opposite, which is not investing in transportation infrastructure, is what creates traffic. Traffic affects everybody.
Exactly.
And so I personally sure how you distinguish between affordable or non-affordable. Really, it's just density. Because if you don't put transportation infrastructure in for high density, non-affordable housing, you just get traffic and that affects everybody in town in a negative way.
Are you saying don't add anything about affordability, just if it's high density?
We keep it the way.
Personally, this looks like a common sense thing. In my opinion.
Yes.
Well, now I'm leaning toward just prioritizing affordable, attainable housing. Because where that should be placed and how it can be done is really important for the city. And everything else just falls, say, a slight step below that. So we prioritize affordable and everything else will get its needs met. So that's how I would solve this.
I guess my question is, how do we say we're affordable? How, that would be,
How do you define it?
well, how would we say we're building this so affordable housing could go here without the city owning that land? Or somebody already saying I'm building affordable housing here. We can't do that.
It's impossible.
So higher density makes sense. Yeah, okay, so I am going to say we do not change it. Thank you, Ben, for your input. No change. Does anybody have a? Okay. So moving on from that. Anything else on three?
There was one,
Parking structure?
yeah,
Okay. I agree with that. So that's the last one. The city has talked for a while about adding more structures, not just parking lots. So the end of our, the last, just above goal number 4, the last objective on 3. See where I am, Alan?
Not yet.
Okay,
I'm looking at Scott's letter.
well, I'm looking.
Am I looking at?
It's, in that one, it's objective T on the,
I'm looking at the draft that
Okay.
you have, so,
actually, it's just,
yeah, R,
Okay, I got it.
yeah,
I was looking at his letter, sorry.
so you have the last, bit of that. new
Yes.
Public parking,
Okay,
just add structures and lots, so not just public lots, but structures also.
Structures and lots.
and while you're doing that, Alan, I'd just like to point out, this is not Scott's letter, right? These are public comments, and I'm raising them for the purpose of discussion. The public comments that I provide. It's public comment.
That's
Where's
a track
what we're talking
from the website. Vision like.
Wait, does any,
Comment section.
comments.
I'm not, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I think it's it might have been, you'd have to ask. I just-
yeah, of the new,
Yeah, okay, right, I can't see. Hold on. Yeah, okay.
does anybody have, thoughts or objections about adding parking structures?
Perfect.
Everyone agree? Raise your hand. Great. Okay, moving on. So this brings us to 4. I'm gonna look at.
I don't think we put a concurrency policy in yet, and I thought maybe it'd go at the end of 3. So I would propose that we adopt the 2007 growth policy, concurrency policy, which says it shall be the policy of the city of Whitefish to require concurrency of all urban services, including but not limited to water and sewer, drainage, streets, public safety and emergency services, pedestrian, bikeway, and trail facilities, parks, schools. That's from page 69 of the 2007 growth policy.
Wonder if that should be in the goal or.
And
the
it was
objective.
mentioned by Alan that this is
in the
in
goal.
public services, but in public services, I looked and it just says adopt a concurrency policy. It doesn't actually adopt one. So that's a step short of adopting one. So I'm suggesting that we adopt it here.
I don't know. Can we adopt in a growth policy? That's a genuine question. Can we
We
encourage?
can
concurrency?
encourage or recommend or
Okay.
advise. I will say the last sentence of the goal itself does say future development should be built in concurrence with infrastructure. So I think an objective discussing concurrency is applicable.
This goal number 4.
Oh, sorry, I'm on
Or
3.
you- Okay,
There, 3.
sorry, yeah, I just had,
We're on 4-3, right?
we're still on 3, thank you.
I need that language again though, because I was more than likely to remember.
Yeah, so Dawn, you can read your language again and Alan.
Or I can just write it in, you guys can, it might be just better for me to write it, then everybody can see it at the same time.
Last bit is clear.
When everybody's watching me type is when I'm gonna do it.
Do you want me to dictate?
Terribly. Just to let you know, that's what I'm gonna do. No,
Do you want me to read it?
I got it, I got
All
it.
right. You want to move your mouse?
No.
You want to be a stenographer next?
Not enough keys. How they do it?
Oh, shorthand.
You have to type in shorthand, I know.
Worry about if I make typos.
Limited to.
So now why he's doing that, I just wanna. I think you answered my confusion about the.
Okay.
Thank you.
You guys hear about the high-speed chase through town today?
No.
Yeah. They, somebody that was out on a bail bond or something, they chased him from Columbia Falls and he finally crashed on O'Brien Avenue.
Place. We
Um,
just talked about having.
It's on the south side of the river. It was like between Sawtooth and, N Street.
Is that about 11 o'clock this morning?
Yeah, hear about that?
Why don't they go there on high speed chase?
They just follow the guy, you know what I mean?
You're down to the police station.
Well,
Yeah. He did not realize he was going into a dead end.
He didn't know it, obviously, right?
Up in someone's yard.
Uh,
Sorry, that's now public record.
No. Thank you.
It is a dangerous, well,
It already had been talked about numerous times in these meetings as being a dangerous road.
Craig, is she down the Pocono?
Oh, yeah. He got out and ran. Shortly tackled thereafter, I think.
Is the concurrency policy?
It's probably careless drive.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can you zoom in just like?
yeah,
That would really help.
that would help.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you zoom in on that.
Just zoom in a little bit. Let's see.
The later gets the.
Oh,
Thanks, Ben.
For the.
Biggest contribution. Biggest
Everybody else.
All right, shall be the policy of the city of Whitefish to require concurrency of all urban services, including but not limited to water.
Oh, I got that twice. That's my bad.
And emergency services.
can't ever have too much public safety.
I like this, yeah, and the
There should be an
placement
and.
is nice.
For the school. Good.
All right.
Is there any problem with using mandatory language like that? I mean, I'm not opposed to it, I'm just wondering.
Can we say shall? Angie? Will.
it will be.
We shall say will.
We shall say, you shall say.
You will say, well,
Okay, well,
We could still say shall verbally, just don't write it. All right,
it's already our policy today, right?
I think so. It is, we're just.
I mean, it's in previous road policy and I would say the engineering standards talk to this, but
Mhm.
I think along with this, we will want an official council policy.
All right, everyone agree with this? Raise your hand. Great, okay, we will leave it. Thank you, John. Keeping us aware of concurrency. That wraps up 3 from our um, current perspective. I kind of want to take about a 10-minute break right now. And then come back and definitely finish transportation. So. All right, 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes. We'll see when everyone's back in their seats.
On big mountains now. See if there are any other And
egress, of course, so that we see.
um,
Sure. Yes, there's like a track or something.
yeah, I mean, could.
Not one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But, has any of that's ever been discussed? Like investigate,
yeah.
I mean, I imagine if there was a fire.
It does exist there, I would have discussed, but I know that it's in the planning. And I believe it exists.
Put this on.
I believe, if my understanding is it's like
Or
essentially
we'll just leave it running.
dirt strip.
So I'll be next to-
I'm not
Sure. Have an option.
What's that? I am, I would do that.
That's right on the street, Mr. Months.
Wasn't got my wife to go because I thought Angie was going and now Angie's not going. Craig, any significant issues that happened in the last week or two?
Yeah.
On Public Works?
Well,
No, we needed about,
Being recorded.
one more week to finish up the week. But, you know. That like first snow kind of disappears, but then we got.
Right.
It's like, here.
So how much?
I don't listen to you guys. But please do not.
Like, one more week, would have done it.
Where do you, get them? The landfill?
No, we take them up to our shop on 18th
Are
Street.
you composting them?
We allow people to come get them for composting. We don't actively solicit a windrow.
Oh, you don't?
Go through that process, but I mean, theoretically, they're being posted just very slowly.
Probably.
You know, there's, if we had a process, you know, you could make good leaf compost in a year,
I am.
but we don't have enough time.
Can't do everything.
Exactly.
Don't have power
Space.
and space.
Yeah, because you literally have to put them in like 4 foot tall piles that are, you know, 8 feet wide and get a device that churns them. So, yeah,
That's like.
someday.
Sure. Could be your retirement gift.
I don't know about that. Thinking more skiing and surfing, retirement. Less leaves.
But I think it'll help.
Big waves on Mexico? Big waves. There?
My dad. Yeah. It's not, it's great.
We'll find out. It's look, I was looking right at it.
He does.
I don't know.
All right, that's.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, Dennis say, don't put it in. Yeah, right.
There's a presentation.
Yeah.
Whoa!
You got the tablet.
Yeah.
John gave me a gavel a while back and I was like, who am I supposed to hit with this? But I'm gonna use it at least once this year, so I used
Sit
it.
down there. Your hat's on lock.
I used it to call attention to Richard's hat.
Night, night.
All unattended baggage will be disposed.
Get the bomb squad out of here.
I know. Open it, Ron. I'm just,
Oh, no, don't, you might call up,
don't, there might be a snake in it.
It says, Montana State. Armament Center.
Make
Richard, come on.
Oh, that's fine.
all the answers to all.
Yeah, I get back there.
I can
Decoy.
I called us to order to do that. Find out whose bag that was. All right, so we are back in session, back from back from recess. And we're gonna continue, on goal 4, so. That is from this version, page 7. Does anyone have any comments or suggestions to add to the goal itself or the description under?
Yeah. Oh,
Four on page
I
7.
do not.
All right, good job, Alan. We're gonna move on to the objections on 4. We what? Objections.
Bad.
With that, we just change everything from objectives to objection, and that'll fix it.
Really?
I think it's
Suggestions,
getting late.
suggestions on objectives. Right, back to this. Does anyone have something to add on page 8 of the objectives?
No.
Right. So then we will move on to. Yeah. So. Page 9. I will move into the actual background and narrative that we're on. And we had a public comment under the land use transportation relationship. That first full paragraph there. So after land use decisions directly, and that sentence ends in accessibility. Do you see where I am? Alan, 4 lines down, the word accessibility.
I see more accessible.
Accessibility.
Infrastructure development and accessibility.
Second.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it, okay.
Okay, so new sentence after that. And you can see it and
Okay, conversely,
yes.
Still able to dictate, but.
maybe. Everybody knows how good or bad I can type publicly.
The owl isn't watching your fingers.
Sure that when I'm by myself, I can do it better.
So. Again, this is concurrency, so investment in transportation, driving areas that are inaccessible. Does anyone have? Can everyone read that first off?
Yes.
Discussion on this addition?
I support it.
So the sentence that directly precedes is land use decisions directly impacting transportation. So this is saying investment in transportation can directly impact land use. And I think that's an important designation. Like this? Okay, raise your hand if you like it. So leave it there. Thank you. We're good. Okay. So that was it on page 9. Have a suggestion or edit or objection on page 10.
Page 10, collectors, delete Columbia Avenue.
So that is deleted. And
Maybe we
this
did that.
new,
We did.
yeah, this new draft, it was taken off.
Oh,
Oh, you're good.
Real quickly, back to
Yes.
that.
Okay,
Do we want to say Columbia Avenue north of East Seventh Street?
Oh, yeah.
we,
I
we
think
had that.
we have it somewhere beforehand,
Mhm.
So you're
but we can
saying
duplicate it.
reject this and just saying
Well, so,
north of,
So, well, we don't wanna add that
yeah, it would be
as, it would be south of
Yeah.
Seventh,
Columbia Avenue.
Seventh
south
to
of
13th.
south of,
East Seventh Street.
is that a number or spelled out?
I would use the number.
7th Street?
Correct.
East-west.
Thanks for that, Craig. Yeah.
Avenues are north-south, streets are east-west.
I'll remember that.
You'll learn, Alan.
I'll remember.
All right. Thanks. That will wrap up 10. Any suggestions, edits on page 11? Okay. Yes.
I just want to mention on 12, there's a red mark. You may or may not, I added this under recreational trails only because I just wanted to make sure that I told people that the Whitefish Trail is discussed. It's just not in this section.
That's a great condition.
Because I've had a lot of people that are asking, that we have a section on it.
The bit
It's
of the
just-
video that I watched from last time was you saying exactly that.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I added this
Yeah.
language because of
Yeah.
that. There is a whole discussion about the Whitefish Trail. It's just not in transportation. Because- Most would argue it's probably not an actual transportation route.
Thanks. So, yeah, that's good.
Very simple.
Good to stay in there. Thank you.
We have a snow person here.
Um. Or discussed. Looking through,
Are there any projections for snow, rider usage? Going forward, is that capacity now? Does that mean to add another bus sooner or later, or what? I know,
I can't answer that.
yeah, and we're done with public comment, so we can't. Public audience members.
Learn as much as I can, but I don't know that.
And just to note that all of this will be revisited every 5 years, so
Agree.
3 years.
By the time
At least
by
five.
the time we're done with this,
We'll be
I
so-
think we have been 3 years from when we started.
Might as well start again.
well, that's ensuring your
In
employment.
fact, as I've started putting this together, I'm actually already starting to update the demographics because it's been 2 years.
Good. So,
That's the hope. I hope that June of 2026 I have a job.
Back to the retirement date, Alan?
Longer than that.
is that hidden somewhere in this document?
The city can't afford not to keep it.
Footnote. All right, so unless somebody pipes up with an edit, I know that John has a few things about Wisconsin, if you wanna take us to that.
Well, that's a lot of pages ahead. It's at page 25.
Yeah, I mean, I can continue to
Oh,
go
okay.
page by page, I think it's, but it seems silly, cause we've been through.
Jump into Wisconsin and issues, right? So page now, it would be page 21.
Okay.
If that's for you, it's still 21.
It's in two places.
It is two places.
Yeah,
And the corridor plan, which is what I want to talk about, is at 25.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so this is the corridor plan. And I found some things in there that I think the public should know about. My idea is that the growth plan is the place to go for information. I think some things here, like the 3.9% growth rate for traffic and the unacceptable routes segments and a discussion of the right of way should go into the growth plan. So I propose to add to this 2018 Wisconsin Avenue Corridor Plan paragraph, add paragraph.
You want to just give me the language and I'll write it up and then people can look at it?
Yes.
As long as everybody doesn't completely stare at me while I'm doing it, because that'll make me nervous and then I won't do it as well.
Ben Davis.
which
is
were we
doing a
talking?
dance. Well, Alan's talking.
These paragraphs. And then.
Can we do it?
Yeah.
That I could,
Yeah.
I can't type it up that fast.
you adjourn for 5 minutes.
That's.
We can take-
I can't type that.
We can take a
Oh,
few
Alan,
minutes.
next time
Well,
we'll just send you
I-
this as a Word doc. and
Yeah,
all
I
you
can't
can do
type
is-
that that fast.
No, but you just,
You want to this
Can you get it
entire,
up on the screen somehow?
um,
So people can see it? Oh, I did make copies for everybody.
it's,
That would be the best. Scan it.
let me see, it's in the Wisconsin plan?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
Maybe,
I have the I have the Wisconsin plan. What year, I'm trying to remember?
2018.
Um,
2018.
2018.
research.
It's, I know I have it. Here it is. What page is it?
Page 3 through 10,
3 what?
through 10.
I got it.
Sharing.
Everybody, yeah.
Oh.
3, let me see the bottom. Is
Oh,
it
it's 3-10, sorry.
3 down?
So section 3. Page is 3 to 10.
Okay, I think so.
Yeah.
I might mind. Gosh, short. Shoot.
Outright, some kind
I
of
don't
really
think the reads just like that.
not into a lot of-
I mean, I guess I'm confused. Are we writing it exactly like this? Or are we just
I
writing?
think this is a copy and paste.
I guess I'm confused then. Are we writing only what you're highlighting? Are
No,
we-
no,
You're
the whole thing.
the whole thing.
What I had stolen.
So maybe this
Yeah. Go back.
doesn't,
This
this
is 311.
I'll get two.
Well, there's comment, I'm not just quoting from.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not exactly
It's a
verbatim
mix.
like this. Okay, so this is the
Little
language.
bits
Yeah, I can't write this that fast.
Well, everybody has a copy now, so. See that way.
Yeah, we can read it so that, the public can also.
Do I have this one then, or that one?
That,
Do, the audience members have, audience, public? Remember, do the public have copies also?
no,
And we'll read it,
Can we burn a couple, can't you, can we burn a couple of copies of these?
I can make some copies.
Skills, check.
start reading here.
He's,
Sure.
lots of ways.
Okay, so, paragraph, the Wisconsin Avenue Corridor Plan, page 3-10 states, quote, traffic in the corridor is increasing at an annual growth rate of 3.9% and will continue to increase. Percent growth rate is based on data from 2011 to 2015. A new calculation should be done based on data through 2024. Information on annual increases in ski days should also be included. Winter Sports Inc. on Big Mountain has currently 878 housing units sold with an additional 644 units planned and approved by the county. Traffic effects on the Wisconsin Avenue corridor from all sources should be estimated out to 2045. I think we're doing, let's do this in chunks. Maybe we should discuss the first chunk.
This is directly from the corridor plan and you're
Where I
proposing.
quoted it is, the rest is
Okay. The rest is
suggested
your
language.
Summarization.
I guess I'm a little uncomfortable doing it in chunks until I understand what the whole thing is. We just kind of like go through it, and I,
Read it.
Okay,
Yeah. We can read it.
I can read it into the record. That's all the people at home online will have anyways, my reading of it.
The record we have, yeah. Go.
So second paragraph, the quarter plan, page 3-10 states, by the year 2030, sections and road segments along Wisconsin Avenue will experience unacceptable levels of congestion and delay, close quote. The several, in quotes, is 4 out of 7 intersections along Wisconsin Avenue with projected levels of service at D or F by 2030, page 2-17. Level of service for all intersections and segments along Wisconsin Avenue could be projected out to 2045. Third paragraph, the quarter plan, page 3-10 states, quote, the current right of way along Wisconsin is typically 60 feet, close quote.
This level of feet.
Widening the right of way up to about 95 feet would be necessary to make Wisconsin into a 3-lane highway, page 3-13. This would require condemnation of private property by the state, which would be expensive. At present, there is no plan to make Wisconsin Avenue into a 3-lane highway. And then the last one is the corridor plan, page 2-18 states, quote, Big Mountain Road provides the only general access for Whitefish Mountain Resort, as well as to many residential subdivisions on Big Mountain. Balances for secondary emergency access, mainly egress, are in place and should accommodate potential emergency situations, close quote. This has been corrected in the growth plan to state that there is no passable secondary, I should say, no passable secondary emergency egress from the Big Mountain area. And then I have 3 objectives to add, which would cause these things to happen. I thought those were all very important parts of the corridor plan. I think the public needs to know about them. And the city needs to update these traffic counts and so forth and see where we are.
John, you're saying that the current right of way is 65 feet and with the expected growth have to be extended to or expanded to 95 feet?
Yes, that's
And
what I
then-
found in the plan.
And that would mean eminent domain and by the state as well as the city?
Well, it would be by the state because the road has a number, it's a state highway. There might be a small, it says typically 60 feet, could be less than that or more than that, a small area, but basically it's a big chunk to down. Hard on the area, but it maybe.
And if it's unnecessary, that means it's inhibiting growth on Big Mountain in every facet, right?
Yes,
So I want to allow Craig to read this and get his take on it. So I'd like to read in the 3 objectives, or you can, John.
okay, I'll read the 3 objectives. It's all of the first three paragraphs. One, the annual traffic on Wisconsin Avenue should be recalculated based on data through 2024 and projected out to 2045. Two, traffic effects on Wisconsin Avenue from all sources should be projected out to 23. The level of service for all intersections in the segments along Wisconsin Avenue should be projected out to 2045. Or copy, it's not on anybody else's copy. It's handwritten. And saying any project north of the viaduct which will cause additional traffic on Wisconsin Avenue should trigger a transportation analysis, including cumulative effects of all contributors. So if there's a project that requires city approval, I don't know how many times a year you can get that. But wouldn't have to do the whole transportation analysis every time. It's been a year. There should be some thinking about how much has been built on Big Mountain or along the lake shore and how much worse it's getting. Hopefully that can be done in a reasonable way, not a 50-page document.
Madam Chair, that prompts a question for me. And it goes back to what Ben was talking about with the city engineer. Traffic studies seem to be done kind of like in isolation per project. And I wonder and don't know about how that overall cumulative effect figures in when you're considering the impact of one project. Can you explain that process briefly?
Yeah, so any project that the city is reviewing that generates 200 average daily trips or more is required to go through the traffic impact analysis. And we have a pretty specific bullet point list of what needs to be included in a TIS. Included in which is current daily trips at each affected intersection and projected 20-year trips. Not only based on the project that's being proposed, but also other potential growth within the area. So I think a lot of this is already included in current zoning and engineering standards. I also get a little nervous adding this much language to the Wisconsin Avenue corridor plan when we have, what, 6 or 7 other plans that are discussed?
More than that.
More than that.
In a paragraph.
Yeah, that are all, consolidated into one paragraph. But yeah, in answer to your question, the traffic impact analysis process is pretty clearly defined in the city code, in the zoning code, as well as the engineering standards.
So I included this language just for Wisconsin because it seems like Wisconsin is the one in most extreme crisis or heading for crisis. I guess we know that 93 has good capacity, both south of town and west of town. So this is the area that's sensitive.
It's even 10 north and 7 by 93. Eight of the 10 worst intersections are not Wisconsin.
Well,
I'm pretty sure
in terms of intersections, yeah.
Of the 8 of the 10 worst intersections.
What's level of service?
Level of service. It's not Wisconsin. Craig, were any of these indices addressed in the previous 20-year forecast on Wisconsin?
Yeah, the 2022 transportation plan, which is discussed in here, does have an entire chapter on Wisconsin Avenue, that corridor, sure.
Were those objectives met? I mean, in other words, yes, it's being projected 3.9% increase. How was it 20 years ago? And were those projections realized or exceeded?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe the projections in the 22 transportation plan were under 2%. So not familiar with where the 3.9% came from in the Wisconsin Avenue corridor planning.
I guess what I'm saying is that
There's a table giving the data for 2011 to 2015,
Okay.
and that's where
The 3.9 came from.
But the 2022 transportation plan has already updated that. Is that correct?
Well, it hasn't updated this plan, this corridor plan,
Yeah.
but it's a citywide transportation plan with a different growth projection.
I looked at the 2022 transportation plan, and it wasn't this Wisconsin.
Well, I mean, it showed specific projects on Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And all of those were intended to, alleviate congestion. You know, with turning lanes and a potential, roundabout at Big Mountain Road. Essentially.
but specific to Wisconsin, how do you accommodate the increased traffic that will most likely come in the next 15 years? By the way it's structured now.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Through
either
those
have to ride
projects,
it or.
Yeah. Oh, it would definitely require right-of-way acquisition, there's no question. It's also really tricky to get too deep in the weeds on Wisconsin because it's not a state-owned or operated roadway. So we can make as many recommendations as we want, but
It's not a city.
it's a state right-of-way.
Yeah.
So that's my, concern about all this. We can study, at the end of the day, we've dealt with the fact that there's no egress. To speak of, we shouldn't speak of it. We should never say the words Huntsville Basin Road again in this.
It shall not be mentioned.
Do not. And then we're also putting a lot of grant funding and money into different, railroad crossings. Searching for that. And to go, like you said, into the weeds on just Wisconsin. When we have a transportation plan that deals specifically with Wisconsin that's referenced in here. I'm not a fan of doing that in depth in this. That does not mean that it doesn't need to be done. I just don't know how to do it in here for only Wisconsin and not for any other.
Well, we could add the three objectives, text, not the additions to the text.
Those objectives clearly reference things that are here
Yeah.
in the text, yeah.
And the objectives are what is important, and usually you have some text to support it, but the staff, I suppose, could greatly reduce the text so that it's got something as a foundation, and then just go with the 3 or maybe 4 objectives.
So are you saying to goal 2 or add to 2 as
Yes.
objectives?
2.
Okay. Let's look and see how that would potentially fit. Oh, before we leave this area, if you're still here, I do have one thing on page 24. For adopted transportation plans. 2025. Whitefish Safe Streets for All Action Plan.
Yep, got it.
So 1, 2, 3, 3 lines down. Solutions mostly involve
Okay.
adding the words vehicle speed reduction.
Or better pedestrian crossings.
Yes,
Say that one more time. See,
vehicle speed reduction.
let's see. Hold on, wait a minute. We might have it back. All right, we're back. Al just went to sleep on us or something. I think, there we go. Okay, we're back. Sorry,
2-hour window.
friends from home. Just noticed it was not working. Okay, I think we're back.
I guess my point, Ben, is that if we're gonna go into this much detail about Wisconsin, do we want to talk about Spokane or Baker or any of the others? But I think adding, one kind of concise objective on Wisconsin Avenue is fine, but adding this level of narrative to Wisconsin without talking about some of the others might.
I think we're there. I think.
Okay.
And I think that was my concern is it's not that I disagree with it. It's that one of the things we did is we tried to take everything and pull it together and kind of, and I hate to weight one particular town that heavily over another particular, because there are people that say that. Yeah,
Okay, so we just need to craft an objective that encompasses.
Wouldn't you think
Yes,
that
Joe.
Wisconsin is hemorrhaging? Spokane is
I am,
a couple of times a day.
I guess, I want to vote on the text that I'm suggesting.
depends on.
And may not pass, but
If you're looking-
I'm very familiar about the,
Right, go ahead and listen
the
to
statement of impacts that we're presenting. And LUPA requires a statement of the condition of the resource. So we need a statement of the condition of Wisconsin Avenue. And so the quotes go to that. And then LUPA requires that we project out to 2045. And I think this is an area where if we don't include what I'm suggesting, the growth plan may be a little weak legally. Because Wisconsin Avenue, especially in the event of a fire, is an important part of the plan. We're in a hazardous area. And I think a court would want to see some adequate discussion of the current condition of Wisconsin and an adequate projection out to 2045.
I tend to agree with you. I mean, I don't know that we need this much verbiage, but I think describing. I don't disagree that a couple sentences. Just worth the stick.
Yeah. So it does raise the question about what we say about Spokane in 93. I personally think Wisconsin is the one that's most in jeopardy of terrible congestion, the D or the F level. So that's why I picked it, but I recognize that it's hard to leave out the others.
Can I make?
Yeah.
Yes.
It seems like that last part of what you just said is really the point here. It's that Wisconsin uniquely has risks and congestion in the town. Well, it has a level of congestion that's very concerning without a lot of good options to improve it. And furthermore, it's a high risk road because of the issues of egress and therefore warrants additional consideration in the future. That thing I just said, it seems like that's the real policy that could be articulated somewhere in this document. Oh.
And I'm kind of here to protect the city against lawsuits. And I can see an area of weakness here that is pretty important. This is one of the big ones. Because the court isn't going to get upset about, I'm going to say it, about water quality. Because it's very hard to project water quality out to 2045. And we didn't do it, but the text could just incorporate what the Whitefish Lake Institute has for state of the condition of the lake. So that would be covered. So I don't think that's a weakness. Compared to Wisconsin, where there's a big hazard and already congestion at a bad level.
So I will propose that we combine these four into one objective, but then keep the large chunk of the narrative in. And then when we see this again, if we find a way to condense it and make it much shorter, we'll have an actual public comment. We'll get to look at it. So if these paragraphs that you have, once they're inserted into the body here, if we find a way to very concisely give those statistics that are relevant, maybe Angie can look at it and say, And so that, then we can condense it. But sounds like we need to keep the narrative and then these 4 objectives can be condensed into one. Is
I think
that,
that's a good idea.
okay, so we just need to draft the narrative that includes these 4. So we, Craig, you sort of started saying
Three.
work
3
Work with-
objectives, right?
So he had a 4th one that was, any project north of the viaduct that is written but not on this printed sheet.
Okay,
So there's,
sorry, I copied the wrong one.
no, you're,
No,
no, you copied the
I
right.
added this at about 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Easy. Project north of the viaduct, which will cause additional traffic on Wisconsin Avenue, trigger transportation route. Yeah, I guess that's the one that I may struggle with a bit because any additional traffic could be one single family home, right? Or
Right.
1 2-lot subdivision, and we do have pretty clear zoning and engineering standard language that triggers the traffic impact analysis.
Are we okay waiting until we have a project that has 200 trips?
Well,
It's gonna be obvious.
I guess any project north of the viaduct which will cause additional traffic.
Do we put significant in there? And you can decide.
I don't know.
If we say significant, then you get to decide.
I think we've already determined what significant is, so.
200 trips.
Let's ask our attorney.
Harry, loading in, just like that. Thank you.
Think about
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could put significant, but
That would be its own objective. Like the first 3 really deal with working with MDT. But that one
Oh, that's-
is a separate kind of city-driven objective.
in the cumulative, well, I mean, that's not what we really do when we do traffic study. We just determine the effect of, I mean, it kind of
No, but
is.
we look at existing proposed development in the area
Yeah.
and what that would add to the corridor.
So I guess the question is like, yeah, I agree that any project is like, again, single family home, they have to do a traffic study. That's not gonna make anyone happy.
And I'm almost wondering that legally, I think, with Lupa,
Oh, yeah.
legally, that's gonna get us sued.
Agree with you. I mean, I am fine with these first 3. I think the 4th one is fairly risky because again, Craig's right, we already have engineering standards that set when we require a traffic study.
I
And
mean,
what
it's
triggers it.
Specifically called out in the subdivision code.
Is it in the subdivision code too?
Calls
Say
out,
that the city engineer could conduct a traffic study on Wisconsin if he deems it necessary.
Craig wouldn't be doing it. I mean, this is one of the problems that we just had in a public hearing where Craig said, you know, that they were challenging whether or not a traffic study was needed and Craig said it wasn't and they lost their minds. They threatened to sue us. I mean, honestly, they did.
This is the car wash case.
Yep.
Who lost their mind? MDT?
What's that? No.
the car wash.
The car
across the
wash.
street.
The car wash across the street. Yeah.
The competitor.
The competitor.
But it raises left turn. Same as LTD 57 case.
Right.
The Supreme Court.
Okay, so how do we get these first 3 into one?
I'm familiar.
Can you craft those for us? And,
Off the top of my head, but I can. at
No,
some
I don't
point.
mean-
Yeah.
but I mean, maybe we could incorporate that.
Yeah, we can put a placeholder.
Yes, exactly. That's that important.
Let me just put a goal that says work with MDT
Are
to,
we goal 1, 2, or 3?
Goal two.
Yeah, it's goal.
We're adding,
Okay, 2, adding an objective
we're adding 2 new objectives
at the top or at the bottom.
at the bottom. The
Okay.
first one will be a combination of the 3 that are on
You have an
the
idea?
handout. So it's
I just did work with
work with
MDT.
MDT.
Work with MDT. And that is.
That'll be the first three.
And condense them.
Regarding first 3,
I can try and type something out,
Wisconsin,
email it to you.
Objectives. and then
I'm just not sure what to do with the second one.
I'm concerned about the second one too.
Yeah, I think it's pretty vague, right?
In spirit, I think I understand what it's after, and that's laudable, but I don't know that that's number 4 is.
Oh, number,
Objective effects.
are you talking about number 2 or
Number 4.
Oh, I think we're
Well-
talking about number 2.
I included it because I have a feeling that if we wait until a project with 200 trips triggered, we could be waiting a long time
And that could
Maybe
be.
sooner.
but on the other hand, we just throw in significance, maybe that takes care of it.
I think it's a
I
hard
have to rely
thing to
on Craig.
gauge and state
Yeah.
in a way that it's meaning, right? I mean, and for that reason, I think it's like a little bit forced. I mean, I think we do have the standards and everything else in there. It seems like it's just too difficult to quantify in a way that would survive scrutiny.
Yeah, because what's significant, right?
I
I mean, one house might be
right, the neighbors next door will say a duplex is significant.
significant.
that's my concern.
Well, significance gives back to the city discretion
Yeah.
to decide what is significant, and the court is gonna defer to that.
Well, and the reality is 200 average daily trips is not a lot of trips, right? I mean, so what it does is you look at the peak hourly trips, and so 200 average daily trips typically correlates to 10 or 12 peak hour trips in the morning and in the afternoon, which what's an extra 10 vehicles per hour at an intersection? I mean, we realize that those intersections on Wisconsin are already very stressed and not at a level of service that we want, but I think 200 is a good number for significant, and so we've kind of defined that in the zoning code, in the subdivision code, if we want to add that goal and just say significant and allow city staff to determine
What is
what that number is.
through, the standards or however. Yeah, I mean, if we're not just making it piecemeal, what is significant, Craig, what is significant, but if we have,
It's significant per city.
yeah, you could, or we can't just leave it as significant with the understanding that city staff's not gonna be making that call every time a project comes in, that's gonna be when our standards apply, and that's going to be a set number.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a 4-lot subdivision that's gonna, change 1 lot into 4, we're not gonna require a traffic impact study, but if there's an apartment complex that has 50 units, then yeah, of course, there's gonna be a TIS.
So if it's gonna still be that 200 trips, regular traffic impact study is triggered, then where the question is there a reason to put that as an objective for Wisconsin only? To call out the fact that.
Well, I mean, I think, I don't see the need personally, but I mean, I think we kind of, I don't really know that it really belongs in a growth policy, truthfully. I think if we're talking specifically about Wisconsin, I totally understand that the recalculation, the growth rate and the traffic effects, although that one's a little vague, we'll have to work on that one. I mean, I understand calling that out and providing some why we're putting these objectives in, because that, as John pointed out, that, oh yeah, we did add one about.
Meeting that you and me today.
Oh. Revise city of Whitefish engineering standards to improve conservation impact evaluation for failure of the land use projects.
It's specific to any corridor.
No.
Was it, since the 2018 Wisconsin corridor plan, they haven't redeveloped the growth percentage for traffic? Or has there been an evaluation? Well, the growth percentage for traffic was done on data that's 9 years old now.
Yeah.
And that bothered me. And, it's getting really late. I lost the rest of the thought.
No, I don't disagree with you that those objectives are appropriate, given that data was even, done before 2020, and we know what happened in 2020. I agree with
So you can turn these three into one.
Turn them into math.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna
So I would make,
likely
so
leave it at that.
somebody,
I
somebody
think P,
work with MDT.
yeah, I can work on that.
I'm just,
That would be.
only because this is
Yeah.
that whatever happens here, I need to make sure it gets done, so
Craig and I'll work on it.
this will get done, okay.
Mhm.
And then the second one, what's happening?
I think we're gonna not include that.
Okay, so we're not gonna include that.
My advice is not to include
Are
it.
we
Go back,
including,
go back to the goal under 3.
This one. This number 4.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you say
Yeah,
second one, I
sorry.
go to number 2.
Well, I'm saying second up there because the first that.
But
we're
I
adding-
can't see that.
I know. I cannot. So there, we just put a placeholder to combine these. Craig,
Okay,
did you
yeah,
work
3.
on it?
So,
And then if everyone agrees with that.
Yep.
And then any project north shell trigger, we're not gonna do that because it's gonna save the 200 trips per day, which is already happening, and there's no need to put it because it won't change anything. It's just stating the obvious, right? Must,
I
Restating
understand
that
that other people
correctly.
feel that way, but I am concerned that the distance or the time between a 200 trip project and another one might be 3-4 years or even longer.
yes, but the issue is the cumulative between those.
Yes,
200.
what happens everywhere else up to
Yeah.
that.
So is that embraced in these that are being combined? Looking at those numbers.
so we did at the last meeting add, oh, can you go back to that real quick? This objective A under goal 3, to revise City of Whitefish engineering standards to improve transportation impact evaluation criteria for land use projects. And the intention there was specifically to go into the engineering standards and look at that. Is 200 trips correct, or do we need a more specific barometer that would trigger a TIS? I wonder if we could add some language in there to say like specifically north of the viaduct or something.
Yeah, that would be very good.
This is in land use?
This is under the goal 3.
Okay.
Or to current congested intersections.
Yeah. I like that too.
But that gives you a lot more broad base.
is that what you're saying?
North of the viaduct, yeah.
To know for the violence, yeah.
Yeah, that objective there is written seems awfully big.
That was somewhat intentional.
Yeah.
And we originally had an objective that we were gonna present. that
Where it
talked about
started more
levy
than-
of service and because MLUPA has a very specific criteria about any impacts by any development. And so,
Could be challenged.
yeah,
basically.
we started pretty deep in the weeds and wound up with that.
Okay, so now the question becomes, so we're combining these three, you have a
Yeah.
placeholder to be written. And then we're in lieu of putting the fourth thing that John suggested, we're going to add to what you just wrote specifically about Wisconsin. Is everyone agreeing with that objective wise?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No objections. And then, the text
Or other,
that
or other congested collector.
in Wisconsin or other congested collectors, but we don't want to limit to just collectors, right?
Well,
Other
that's what the
congested-
impact is.
Okay.
Just connectors.
Trying to read that specifically. Um. So Phil is suggesting that we make that specific to collectors. And
Call out Wisconsin and then say, and other.
Yes, and
Wisconsin
other
and other
collectors,
collectors.
as they arise or something along those lines.
I'm not clear on the reasoning to make it specific to collectors and not to other. I don't know if I'm talking to anybody.
Yeah.
Craig, I'm looking at you, but you're just looking at me.
I was just trying to,
Ruler.
try.
I know
Ferris
you're-
left the
I
building.
know you're thinking.
No, I was originally trying just to incorporate John's comment on north of the viaduct, but perhaps that does open up a whole can of worms about like what other.
Well, it's too specific, right?
Well, just.
We want to be somewhat specific.
Yes, but that's why you add other collectors.
I'm still looking at Greg for that.
Yeah, my thought was just adding a comma specifically projects north of the viaduct. But again, does that rule out, what about Spokane Avenue, Baker Avenue?
Sure it does.
Yeah,
That's
specifically as it relates to collector
Including,
roadways and any
limited
project
to-
north of the viaduct.
Well, it could be at south of the viaduct too, we don't know, because we're thinking 20 years
Yeah,
ahead.
so if we say specifically related to collector roadways and projects north of the viaduct.
Collector roadways.
And
Projects.
any project north of the viaduct.
Yeah,
Did
that
you
makes
just come up with
sense.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah, wait a minute. Projects, comma,
Comma,
okay,
specifically related to
specifically related to
collector roadways
collector roadways.
and any project north of the viaduct.
That would include Big Mountain Road, right at that intersection.
Hey, that's it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. And then you'll still work on those
Yeah.
three. Now the question
Almost there.
becomes,
Specifically.
I'm guessing that everyone's okay with that as a, okay. Great. The question becomes the text that John has proposed that is lengthy and taken mostly directly from the transportation plan. So my suggestion for this is to incorporate it as he's written it, and you have it on a piece of paper into the narrative, even though it is more specific. And then look at it, and we'll have public comment on that, and we'll be able between that time also to decide if that's very odd to have only Wisconsin called out and more specific, or if that is actually what we want per Angie saying, yes, we're open to issues with Wisconsin.
Eliminate the egress paragraph. I guess we have made it clear that.
Yeah, that is.
Shall not say.
We're not going with any
I just want
egress down Casper Creek Road.
So he has just drawn an X through the last paragraph in this handwritten. So the corridor plan, page 218 states Big Mountain Road provides. That is no longer to be added. Okay,
Am I supposed to be working on this? Okay.
The three objectives.
I just sent you an email.
You did?
Yeah.
so combining the three objectives,
I think
and
I got
John has a placeholder.
Wait, can we do it right now?
Yeah, I think we can do it right.
Craig just magically.
Where do you want
So page 25, I think is. where it is.
Wait,
Hold on.
So I don't know how he just did that. Craig, the wizard.
The second one, objective, John, I think is kind of incorporated in the first two.
Watch.
So what I said was,
I'll paste it in there, right here.
Yeah, it can be incorporated, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, because it just talks about effects, which the first two really do.
So it would look like this. I'll put it in red marks so you guys can see it.
So that's page 25, the bottom, that's where we would add.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Calculate the end. You want me to read it?
Work with MDT to recalculate the annual growth rate for traffic on Wisconsin Avenue and the level of service for all intersections along Wisconsin Avenue through
Yeah.
2045.
Yeah.
So good.
Good. That's pretty impressive.
You
Yeah.
Can you?
Threw it out
I
together.
just want to leave.
That makes it all inclusive, Craig, that's great.
So
So
smart.
the one, the other thing that he had is traffic effects along Wisconsin Avenue from all sources should be projected out to 2045, but I think that kind of swallows that.
Are you comfortable?
Yes.
So then we're adding these 3 paragraphs in Wisconsin. Are we adding it at the beginning or at the end
So
of what's already
Andy
there?
has it, I circled it for
It's at
her,
the
and if you
end of
wanted to know,
Okay.
yeah, page 25, where it says Wisconsin border plan.
Yeah, right.
I just gave it to her, so now I don't.
No, I know where it is now.
It's page 25.
I get where it's
Yeah.
going. Yeah, so it's going, what, is it going after
Mhm.
this? I'm
After.
adding those 3
Mhm.
paragraphs after this.
Yes.
Yes.
Got it. Gonna call them the John paragraphs, so I can know what they are.
John 3:16. We have to have some way to say, it just sounds like a,
You're now a Bible verse.
I know.
Here's
I didn't hear
this one back.
John 20:18.
Oh, I see.
The gospel according to John.
Yes. I think I had an H.
All right, so that will be added. I don't think we've heard any objections to adding that and then working to. Angie will look at it, condense, figure out, and then we can see it again. Okay. So,
So I mean,
do it.
Right.
Oh,
Does
and,
everyone
yeah,
agree with
oh,
that?
that's, you can, yeah, everyone agrees, great,
Okay.
wonderful, no one objects, okay. So,
It'll be posted on the website in adopted drafts, so you'll be able to look at it.
all right,
In
so we
red-
still
in red
have,
line, yeah.
is there anything else in the text that anyone would like? to bring up?
One.
Yes, go ahead,
one final mention of mixed use on that.
yes, in the summary.
What page?
Summary, page 27.
So,
Mhm. The
um,
city should continue to,
the very last part, the summary.
Yeah, so it'd be the,
In this-
7 lines.
oh, got it, 3, 4, 5 lines from the bottom.
Encourage compact infill development.
And delete
And,
mixed use.
and mixed. use.
Right, and get rid of Mickey, okay. And encourage compact infill development.
I'll take the comment.
So, show of hands for deleting mixed use in that application. Anybody for, okay, against, here. Duly noted, thank you. All right, so that will conclude our, discussion and direction. So we have some projects forthcoming on this, but we all know the direction to Alan, and he's written it down. And now we are moving, well, yeah, so now we're gonna move on my agenda again. Just lost it.
It's way.
Mhm.
You too.
So, at this point, we are supposed to, on the agenda, have a presentation. Mary is not present. I'm not sure.
She's
Well,
on the
he's
vote.
on- He's online.
Will we be able to hear her? I don't know. Let's see, I'll have to unmute her. Let me try.
Yes.
Scroll all to this next section.
Yeah, I can see her.
Usually about it, and so I'm
Are
actually.
you able to unmute your mic, Mary?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, are you ready for me?
I don't think so.
Just a second.
Thank you, Mary. So Mary, we realize that it is 9 o'clock and we have your, everything that you have submitted in writing. So if you can quickly give us your presentation in just a few minutes, that would be great. We really appreciate you, and we definitely want to get public comment in on what you're saying before we lose our public, and our board members tonight. And then we also want to be able to adopt a timeline. Just give the dates for December and January that we will meet. So thank you for being here, and go ahead.
Can you confirm that you have the comments that I sent today in front of you?
Yeah, they're on the table in front of them.
Okay, thank you. And so that is somewhat repetitive of the statutes that are of concern. So I won't repeat those. The intent of this summary was to, again, in the bullets there, identify what we have been raising in the previous comments, that there are portions of the public process that are not complying with the state law or the intent of the Whitefish adopted public participation plan. What I'm recommending is that you make a series of motions as a planning commission to give direction to staff. And we talked about some of these at the last meeting, and it seemed like there was agreement that all documents subject to a public hearing would be posted 2 weeks prior to the said hearing, so that the public has a time that would give the public 1 week to make comments. And then it would give, those comments would be posted, both the planning board and the public at large could review those. So the first motion we're suggesting is that you direct that all comments, all documents will be posted 2 weeks prior to the public hearing. And that, number two, that there will be a deadline of 1 week for public comment to be presented, and that then will be posted for everyone to see. And as required under state law, all notices would clearly specify the nature of the land use plan or regulation under consideration, the type of comments the local government is seeking from the public, and how the public may participate. So it would require being really clear, which I think it hasn't been up to now. The third point is that all written comments received, including agency and stakeholder comments and staff reports, will be posted for public review 1 week prior to a work session or public hearing by the Planning Commission. It will be made clear that all oral comments are also provided for public hearings, are also allowed at public hearings, essentially. Right now, we aren't getting agency and stakeholder comments. And I understand from the discussion with Angie and Dana, and correct me if I'm not right, that there is an effort to make sure that those are now posted for each session that's been had, but previously they have not been posted. And then finally, there's a need for a motion that the planning staff will accept on behalf of the Planning Commission without evaluating or editing all public comments, including agency or stakeholder comments. And these will be posted on the Engage website, again, in the times specified above, so that there can be public comment on those. Previously, there has been a filtering of the public comments, and this would correct that so that, and as Alan said, he would be glad to have less to do. And this would put the responsibility where the law says it should be, that the planning board determines how to consider and respond to public comments. So those are the 4 motions I think you need to begin to bring this process back into compliance. And I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mary. So does anybody from the board have a question for Mary before we go to public comment? Any public have a question for Mary or in general public comment? You can just make a public comment and then we will accept it and then answer in our discussion if you have one. Okay, Marty, go ahead.
I have, I guess, a combo comment and question. It has turned into a question in part because I had a comment written out based on the November 19th document, which is what was posted. And then it is interesting to me that this is a complaint about public comments not being posted in time, and yet I only had access to it today because it was a sheet sitting over there. So I apologize, I might be a little scattered.
We got it this afternoon.
Where'd it go? Wait,
It was emailed to us this afternoon.
I was at work, so I wasn't able to review it in that timeline, this particular piece.
Ellen, did you post it?
I did. It's posted on the website. All documents that I receive are posted on the website and documents. That one's under general growth policy documents. But public comment are arranged by topic under growth policy as I get them, weeks to months in advance.
Okay, so including this one, the 12-3, because
That one today, so the one you're getting that we got today at 4 o'clock, I immediately posted on the website under general growth policy comments. If you go to documents, public comment, it's all organized by topic in there.
Okay.
It is.
I don't, yeah, no, and
But
I don't think that's on you. I just.
you got it about, I posted it at about 4:45 this afternoon, about 45 minutes after I got it.
Okay. Yeah, so I haven't had time to adjust what I was going to say. I'm a little. So the planning staff will accept on behalf of the planning commission without evaluating all public comment, including agency and stakeholder comments. So what is the planning commission then voting to incorporate those pieces? Or what are they just?
Do you want me to answer or you want her?
Hold on. Yeah.
I'll answer whatever questions you want from me.
So I was under the impression that this was what was linked to the agenda. We now have a new document that wasn't on the agenda.
Document that was on your table, I got
I
at
don't-
4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, I don't have one.
Here.
I stacked them on the table.
This is what we're.
It is a new
talking about.
document.
Yeah,
That I can.
so Marty, I'll let you go ahead and finish your public comment as directly as you can to us with questions or whatnot, and then after that's over, we'll respond. It's just in our discussion amongst ourselves, so.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if Mary was expecting Q&A at this point, or I don't. Someone mentioned asking questions, so that is my question.
Okay,
And
So-
it sort of affects the rest of my comment because I mean, I could just plow ahead and it wouldn't be relevant. It would.
I think plow ahead.
Okay, we'll plow ahead.
Thank you.
My comment was just going to be that, I mean, we've seen how long a lot of these meetings have taken. We've spread transportation out over 3 meetings now and gradually less participation, including this one as people drifted away. So already the timeline on this, it's taken a really, really long time, and that is all with just adding public comment and then also board member comments. So then if you add to that, that the planning commission and also incorporating agency comments, which I would assume is all of the agencies, MDT. I'm not sure if that also pertains to our own agencies like Parks and Rec or Public Works. But if they also have to incorporate agency comments and then the stakeholder comments, that seems like it's really going to take an extremely long time for something that is already taking an extremely long time. And I do remember from previous discussions that there was a conversation about if we don't have this done in May, the city can face litigation from developers who want to start developing stuff. So, like I said, I don't know how that pertains or who's adding the comment.
Thank you, Marty. I do understand what you're saying and the
Oh,
question
great.
that's in there, and yes, thank you. Any other public comment on this particular item on the agenda?
Am I unmuted still?
You're not unmuted, but we're just going to accept public comment right now, Mary. And actually, I think that, honestly, I think that your portion of presenting is over, so we can mute you and then we'll discuss, and that will be good. So, thank you.
Can I just clarify that since I couldn't be present, I wanted to have something that, and I wasn't even sure I was going to connect. I wanted you to have something for my oral presentation. So it's nothing new that I wasn't there before. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Keegan, go ahead.
Ian Steve Mallard, 306 Shelford Avenue, speaking as the executive director of Shelford WF. I have a pretty dim view of this criticism. I think that in my mind, what I see happening is that there's interest groups that have had power in Whitefish for a long time. The growth policy process is forcing some of those assumptions and some of those power structures to be challenged for the first time, and groups don't like it. In my opinion, I think that this concern and sort of threatening legal action is not about the process. It's because they don't like the particular policy directions of the growth policy that incorporate ideas from people that they disagree with. I think incorporating public feedback, I think that's what they're actually about. I think one possible option for these groups is that maybe they and examine why people disagree with that. I don't think they're willing to do that. Find it frustrating that the city has had to like humor these groups over and over and make think those concessions are ever going to be enough for people who fundamentally just have a problem the direction of the growth policy. And because city staff is having to think about 20 years from now, then it's a problem with city staff. But it would be a problem with whoever's writing it down in that case. I also do find it funny that they put a restriction on the city to post everything 2 weeks ahead of time and then are able to submit new things, new letters the day of.
Let's keep this within the rules of decorum.
Yeah.
Because we just clearly had an explanation that was to go with the go with the presentation. So, if you're gonna give a public comment, that's great, but don't direct it specifically at, just
Well,
certain,
I
yeah.
guess I
Just keep it within the rules of
trying to
decorum.
get someone who's presenting to the planning commission. But that's fine. I guess it's that policy things that happen in the growth policy as they do. And I'm willing to express those and to come to you with more arguments and try to get more people in the room. But sometimes that doesn't happen and the policy doesn't go the way you want. And in my opinion, I think that a lot of this is complaining about the refs, and I don't. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any further public comment?
I'm sorry to like double dip on comments, but I do, like, it actually also still is a question.
Yeah, we're gonna answer it. If it was already what was said.
Well, yeah. Right, so, I've heard that this is the same as what was submitted on the 19th. But then, so I'm wondering if this is supplemental or is this a replacement to what was submitted on the 19th? Because I did see pieces of what was, or sorry, the 18th/19th, those are both, I think, stapled together. But they weren't necessarily in the revised one, like there was a piece about needing consulting data to be approved, like, and incorporated by the planning commission. There was a piece about like releasing emails. So I guess they do look different to me unless today's document is meant to be supplemental to the document from the 19th. They look different to me.
All right, thank you. So unless there's any further public comment on this, we're going to move ahead. The main issue with this, and I'll say full disclosure, I've met with Angie and Dana a couple of times regarding this. And basically what it is, what we are doing from this, we'll discuss this as any board member wants to. And then also address public comments.
Online, Whitney, sorry to
Discussion.
interrupt.
Online public comment.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, that's my
No,
bad.
I-
I'm not doing it. I'm sorry.
no, it's fine.
I'm trying to manage this while I'm doing this, so you can
All
bear on me.
right, so state who you are.
Nathan Dugan, 937 Kalispell Avenue. And then, yeah, I do just want to reiterate the point that has kind of been made a few times, and it really isn't only applicable to tonight, but I think it is important to remember that the organization that's kind of requesting that the public comment be published so far in advance often arrives to meetings throughout this entire process with a printed comment that nobody else in the public has been able to see to give to the board. So I think that's something to keep in mind as you're thinking about this. I think also Whitefish is not doing this in a vacuum. Same thing is going on in Kalispell and Columbia Falls. And I have been to a lot of those meetings and watched a lot of those meetings, and these same comments are not being made at those meetings by an organization that works valley-wide. The amount of time that Whitefish has spent on this process compared to Kalispell and Columbia Falls, which really hasn't even started yet with that process in terms of public participation, is probably a factor of 10, if not more. So the sheer amount of time that the public has had to engage in Whitefish, I would say probably is some of the most in the entire state. What I suspect is happening here is a case is being made to challenge the land use plan, to attempt to delay it or eliminate portions that aren't able to be removed during this process at some point in the future. And I think that that's pretty unfortunate, to be honest. And I think that case will not go anywhere because of the things that I've already pointed out in this comment. But I don't think it's possible to meet those guidelines, to be honest. This thing has to be to council like next month. So I don't even think this is possible. And I hope that you all recognize that and don't adopt what has been presented to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Nathan. All right, any further public comment online or otherwise? All right, go ahead.
I've observed. Two members of the council, on their devices. And I'm sure that that's inappropriate. So I just like to point out that it's happening.
Thank you, Rhonda. All right, if that's the end of public comment, we will move forward with discussion of this. Anything specifically from the board to start this? Go ahead, Tim.
Given that this is a predominantly legal matter, I think it would be helpful to have the opinion of the city attorney if she would be so willing.
Sure. So I'll take these just bullet by bullet point. First of all, to answer Marty's question, I see them as different versions too. There's stuff in the first version that's not included in the second version, so totally acknowledge that. So let's go to the first bullet. The 2 weeks prior to the hearing, Alan and I just chatted sidebar about this. We will be violating, if you guys decide to do this tonight, we'll be violating it at the next meeting.
Next week.
Yeah. I think certainly more notice is good, but Alan is impeccable about getting it out a week before. State law requires 48 hours notice. While it might be nice to have them 2 weeks in advance, I would like a lot of things in 2 weeks in advance, like this right here. You know, yeah, and I just don't know that we're gonna get through it. I don't know that we're those deadlines if we require Alan to do that 2 weeks in advance. So as far as notice given by email, Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, if you subscribe, you get a notice.
600 people have subscribed. I know that the complainant had an issue with their firewall and wasn't receiving emails, I believe, is that what they said? Because we had sent them emails, but they hadn't been receiving them. And I think I talked to the executive director and she said they think there's a firewall issue internally. So we have sent the emails.
So generally speaking, legally.
You've gotten emails, they have gotten emails too, the newsletter alerts.
So, I mean, I don't, if we're talking about all city email, which we do have an all city email list, I don't think we should do that. There's people that don't care. I mean, honestly, you know, our all city email list, you know, encompasses issues other than the growth policy. And I really don't want to be spamming people who don't subscribe to this, you know, with an email.
The other 40% who don't live here.
Right. So I don't quite understand number 2, the point of it, to tell you the truth. All notices must clearly state the nature of the land use plan or regulation under consideration, what type of comments the local government is seeking from the public, and how the public may participate. The Engage Division Whitefish does all of that. Alan posts, and you just let me finish and then I'll let you. You know, when he posts what section we'll be looking at, chapter we'll be looking at. Obviously, public comments relate to that. We have a public comment, you know, opportunity at the beginning, at the end of every meeting for anything that's not particularly called out. And how the public may participate is obviously through these meetings, through written comments, through the online that we're providing. Go ahead now.
I don't know if there's anything I could add to that. I think maybe the only thing I could say is there's so much on there, that there's so much on there. But if I didn't put as much on there, I would
You may
probably
nail
put
one or
worse.
the other.
So there's a lot of information on there.
There is a lot of information on there, which I think speaks to our commitment to allowing the public to participate to, frankly, the greatest level I've ever seen in my 10 years as a city attorney. All written public received, including agency and stakeholder comments, and will be posted for public review 1 week prior to the work session or public hearing by the planning commission. Alan posts the comments that he gets 1 week before the work sessions. And then he goes above and beyond and keeps posting them up until 4:45 today. So I don't really think that that's an issue. Agency, are you posting agency?
Yeah, in fact, if you look at your transportation element, you'll see MDT, you'll see, here's the thing,
They're
is
mixed in.
when I send these out
The mic.
for agency
They're in
review,
the mix.
there's a. I didn't hear the question.
The mic's down.
It is? It's not working?
Another agency.
Doesn't, you guys can't hear us? I don't know if I have an answer.
I can hear you fine.
What's that?
You can hear us, Nathan?
Nathan, can you hear
Yeah,
us?
loud and clear. Yep.
Okay,
What was I saying?
agency, we were talking about
Oh,
agency.
comments. The bottom line is, when I send these out, I don't get as many agency comments as I don't get them that much.
Well, and I will
And the
say
ones
that
that I have-
we rarely get them with any sort of
I
development.
don't get that many agency comments. If you go into your transportation comments that were provided in your folder, you will see you had two different versions of comments from NDT. You got comments from Flathead County Road and Bridge. You got comments from Whitefish Legacy Partners and Flathead Mountain Bikers. So all of the comments that I've gotten, I've put in, if you go onto the Vision Whitefish folder, the Vision Whitefish webpage, you go to the right-hand side in documents, there's a public comments folder. They're all organized by topic. Every comment that I receive is in a PDF and I update those pretty much daily. When I get some emails, I mean, I'm not perfect because it's just me, but when I get some emails, I put them in the PDF and I will update and refresh that PDF. I do not post, I have not posted internal agencies meeting within City Hall comments because the drafts that come out, the staff draft means that is the draft of the entire staff. So we write them first, I write them, then it goes around to the planners, then it goes around City Hall. And then when that's done, then it goes to the agencies. And then when the agencies comment, I collect those comments, and I send them. So I guess I would just say which comments are missing because I would argue they're all there.
Well, and I agree with you. And as far as stakeholders go, I don't know. I mean, you're just posting all the comments, right?
There's no difference.
Yeah, so we're not really like stakeholders or public comment. It's just working draft.
For comment, I'm gonna put you in the PDF and I'm gonna put them online. I don't differentiate.
Angie, one quick question.
Sure.
You know, we all know about the open meeting law and right to know. When you are doing, I don't know what to characterize it as, internal deliberations or staff, how do you characterize that? And how is that, treated under town law?
It's the work product. It's staff doing our jobs. Honestly, if we invited the public to every meeting we have, you guys, I mean, we won't run a city.
I get
Nothing
it.
would get done.
I understand. I mean, I think the criticism that's being leveled.
But we're not a deliberative body. We're staff.
I just want you to explain. I'm not trying to argue.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I'm tired too.
I can tell you the process, right? After, generally, we write a draft. I pull it together. I send it to the different departments and people red mark them just like you do. Right, within the different departments, Angie or whoever. When I get everybody's red marks back, generally, we incorporate all the staffs because those are professional departments that are commenting on their department. Then the draft that you get that comes out of City Hall to go to the agent, to the transportation agencies or whatever, that is the staff draft. Everybody in City Hall. Compilation document.
Yeah, and that I would agree with that. And I think, the definition of meeting or the meeting really implies a deliberative body that's making a final decision or making a decision. Again, it's like, I guess we're product. It's just we're product. I don't think that we would have to send out every single red line, like how the staff redlined it, because it's a collective.
I think, but to the topic raised is, the question would be, why would stakeholders get something in advance, read it, look at it, send it back? Or not why, I mean, we know why. But could somebody just walk into City Hall that day and say, hey, Alan, I'm coming up to your desk, I want to take a look at these agency comments that are being distributed for public review at this time because we're deliberating? Could someone do that or not?
We're not
I
deliberating.
have no hidden agency comments. They're all in,
Okay.
they are all, any agency comments, when you say agencies, I'm not talking about legal public works and parks and rec, right? Those are us. Those are us. I have a folder of us, right? But if I get something from MDT or Flathead Mountain Bikers or whatever they email me, then I'm gonna put it in the case file and I'm gonna put it in the public comments and I'm gonna post it, and all of them are there available by topic. Now, at the very beginning of the process, no, actually I have. I've done it before I had the website, but I've pretty much done it the whole time since I've had the website.
I don't
You can
think,
go in there and look, there's just not that many.
maybe part of the problem is the term stakeholders. We are not, staff is not stakeholders, we are staff.
Right.
You know, and I think, I don't know what the word stakeholders mean. I don't know if it means organization as
Like a
opposed to.
realtor, like somebody, it's a realtor or a business interest that, I can give you an example of, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No.
I'll give you an example, is when we did the economic development study, there was 30 stakeholders that we reached out to, and those stakeholders were involved in the process. And when we were done, we sent it out for public review. And in addition to that, we actually additionally emailed those stakeholders because they were involved in the process to make sure they had any comments. And anybody had comments, went back into the public and it went out on the PDF.
Okay.
There's no hidden comments.
Okay, well, maybe that clarifies it, because I was,
There's no hidden
I was. a little
But
confused.
really, there hasn't been haven't been a differentiation. It's basically either staff, agencies, or the public.
So I guess your comment is,
Not question, it's a question.
yeah, your question is, if somebody walked into Alan's office and was like, can we see agency comments? Yeah.
I'd say, go to the Vision website, it's on a PDF. thing. There's no hidden comments.
That's the answer.
Okay, we've established there's no hidden comments, so we gotta move along with this.
Please.
Let's just, yeah.
Yeah. So finally. I mean, this one's up to you. I mean, Alan has been doing, and no good deed goes unpunished, I guess.
No, he said
It's the perfect
he won't,
example.
he doesn't have to, he won't, and I think that's fine. We already established that.
Okay.
He doesn't, I mean, didn't we talk about that in the last meeting?
We did talk about it, but we wanted direction from, we wanted you guys to think about it. We wanted public comment on it.
Mhm,
And we wanted to know whether you want him to continue to make the chart
mhm.
or just give you his draft, and you guys can incorporate whatever public comment you want. That's up to you guys. I mean, it's however you want staff to, run there. It's not changing the public participation,
Mhm.
because the public will still be participating. Again, if you guys just want a draft from Alan, public comment, and you guys can take what you want and leave what you want. I do disagree with this comment in a certain way, and I'm gonna say it, because I don't think that, this one. City planning staff has been making selective decisions of what public comment is submitted in drafts presented to the public commission in contradiction to 7625-201.
Wait, where are you?
I am on the last bullet in the first
Okay.
page.
Okay.
So I disagree with that. Alan was trying to do you guys a favor, truthfully. He was trying to make meetings that run this late shorter by sifting through public comments that he thought were kind of no-brainers, right? And then he made a chart specifically saying which public comment was incorporated, which was not, and why. So this was not Alan nefariously accepting public comments that he liked and not telling you guys, or disregarding people's opinions. It was simply him trying to help you guys do your job in a more efficient way. If you don't want him to do it, I think he'd be thrilled not to do it. Because it's really put him in a horrible position with this kind of criticism, because it's nothing nefarious.
I guess the only thing I would say about that is, at the end of the day, also, I'm a professional land use planner with 25 years of experience. So I do have some experience at looking at public comment and saying, hey, should this be incorporated or shouldn't this be? I won't do it because it's been a lot of work and I've been trying to help you.
Do you like making the charts just a little bit?
No, I do not like it. I do not making
I don't wanna make those
I've
charts.
been doing it because I thought I was helping you.
Okay, so you prefer not to make that chart?
It's less work for me.
Okay. It's not a way that you use to organize as you're writing. It is.
Sure.
And then it's just, do we see it or do we not? Are you gonna make
Yeah.
it whether we see it or not? That's my
At
question.
this point, if I'm being instructed to not make any changes after
Mm-hmm.
it goes out, I'm gonna read the public comment and I'm not gonna make any charges or any changes at all. I'm just gonna take the draft, I'm gonna give it to you, and I'm gonna say, let them deal with it.
Exactly, and that's how
That's
council
what I'm
does
gonna
it.
do.
You
So
know?
that's what I was avoiding, is the transportation element was 146 pages.
Yeah.
So, for somebody that feels like, you know, of that 146 pages, I wanted to make them think that they were being heard. So I either incorporated it into the draft or I said why I didn't. At this point now, if somebody feels like they're not being heard, it's on the planning commission and not me.
So now we just have to discuss and decide what, but thank you for
You bet.
your input. That's very helpful to know. And thank you, Alan, for letting us know. The thing that I'm seeing here that I feel is difficult, and I have to say this, is no matter who you are a special interest group. You have an interest that you are presenting, whether you're writing it, whether you're saying it. Even if you sit at home and just hold it dear in your heart, you have a special interest. So to be in any one of those positions and thinking that you are calling someone a special interest group when you yourself are a special interest group, it's not an insult. It is something nice that we do. We all have special interests. And I quickly have to say, because I think that this all makes a difference in how we look at this process. This process is long and arduous, and I'm not in Kalispell or Columbia Falls. Theirs may be going more quickly. I think we've heard enough from the public, and then we all live here, so we know Whitefish is a different animal. We do not live in a place that has such, we have the ski mountain, we have a historic downtown, we have a commercial area, we have very different areas. So I think inherently it will take us a little longer. And then we've also tried really hard to encourage and incorporate public comment. So we want to hear from you, and the fact that this has taken 3 separate meetings, we still have been receiving written public comment, and I've seen people, come 3 different times and have their written public comment heard finally this last time. Paul McCann, he was so patient and he really wanted to speak again. And we're like, just submit it in writing. And finally tonight we got to say, yes, we understand that and we're incorporating it. That's just one example. But this is a long process. So, to be insulting or even be criticizing of staff, whatever angle you're on, this will take a while. It has taken a while. That said, we have done it this way thus far. So now we're being tasked not to make changes at this point. And I think that we have to decide if anybody wants to make a motion to change something at this point. I'm open to a motion to change something. I understand why we would want to. I also understand why we would not want to. So if somebody wants to make a motion, I will hear a motion. If they don't, I think this has been productive discussion and we can learn from it and move on. Does anyone? So your sleepy time, Bill?
Yes. I thought it was 9. Mine's a half hour later.
Mine is my wife texting me saying, where the hell are you?
So I also.
Now we all have our own secrets out in the open.
So I'm asking for a motion, but at the same time, I'm going to say that anyone who's communicating with somebody outside of this room while you're in this room, I don't think it's illegal. Do I think it's weird? Yeah. If you're, communicating with somebody that's going to pipe in or sit out there, I don't think it's appropriate. It's just not something that looks good. It doesn't look ethical. You should have a discussion before, a discussion after, be present while you're here, be present. All of you. But yeah, let's cut out the communication with other people while we're here. You know, I just sat through an interview and was asked, why are we having meetings that staff had asked us to have? And it's like, we're trying to have everything above board. We're trying to do things in the right way. So texting while we're in a meeting, probably not the best idea, but if that's what you need to do, I don't think it's illegal.
It is not illegal.
So,
It is not illegal, and I'll just say for my people with families, you know, I'm texting my kids back there, so.
yeah, so you can text,
Mhm.
you know, but if it's to communicate, to also talk during public comment,
If you're communicating with people, I would
that's where I think it's
advise against communicating
inappropriate.
with each other.
With each
via
other.
text, 'cause that is,
Sign language.
yeah, that is,
Yeah.
yes.
So let's be
But that's,
cognizant
that is
that
my one.
this is a world that we should be just conscious in and present in. Yes. So if anyone has a motion, I would love a motion. And we're a motion pertaining specifically to this. We are going to adopt a timeline. And I will tell you that for December, we have a meeting on the 17th. And I vote that we keep it only at that. I can't be present and I don't think it's smart to add a meeting in the middle of the holidays. I would much rather do it after. So we're gonna combine this. If anybody has a motion on what we just heard, no motion, no motion, no
I
motion.
do have to provide some info on that, just so you know, on that meeting upcoming. So I don't know if you want.
The
to-
17th.
Yeah.
Okay, is it, yeah,
I don't know if it doesn't really change the schedule, so you can vote on that, but you do need to know about that.
okay, tell us in just a moment, and that means you have to stay here. So.
Even the building just turned on itself.
Did your wife call you about bedtime?
Yes.
Clock alarm's going off.
So if there's no motions pertaining to the information that we just got, we're gonna go ahead with a timeline, and I would make a motion that we add a meeting in January. And I do have another calendar here that I just flipped over.
Did you get the availability dates?
The consultants or what? Or the-
Michelle sent at the request of Dana, who could not be here, a list of available dates for rooms. I
Okay,
may not have sent that. Second. I don't suppose anyone else has that handy.
I mean, I can pull up room availability.
I'll,
Just.
it's on, probably be on, just a second here. I'm sorry.
You
about
say
that.
Jerry Boris?
I dropped the phone.
everything's so funny to me when it gets late. Mm.
Availability.
That is good to know. I have-
There's a,
Okay, I see it.
January and February, or I mean, December and February, right? She just sent the ones for January. Dana said maybe both, so. You got those?
I do,
What do you
and I'm just looking, is it in a,
January
is it an
7th.
attachment?
Yeah, attachment PDF.
Chambers
So
conference.
That's it.
Yes.
January 7th.
That was my fault, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I did get it. I just hadn't seen it. I do not like,
I meant to touch base with you.
not everybody needs to know that in the world, but now y'all do.
Huh?
That's what- Same meeting. Okay, so I'm sorry, this greatly complicates this discussion that I was about to have. I was assuming that all the world is available to us and we decided we want to meet.
Well, I mean, to be fair, probably a conference room available. I mean, we have 4 of them, but
Yeah,
cram this all.
so
in, that
these
may be
green
kinda tough.
blocks are just things that are booked.
Okay, so.
Right.
We're good on the 7th.
Okay, we're good on the 7th,
So we're gonna keep the 7th.
Are you thinking
January 13th.
the 15th?
Are we
We're
gonna,
talking January.
13th
Yes.
is good.
The 13th.
of Tuesday?
I would like to keep it on Wednesdays just because it feels good to know it's Wednesday we'd be here.
Probably,
I got 2 copies of the December.
Lake Shore.
I'm just gonna let you.
She could probably.
Well,
carry it.
yeah.
It's gonna get
You
more
guys have a
complicated if we
preference as
move
to
away from
keeping
it.
it on Wednesday? You like Wednesdays?
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I like consistency.
All right, sounds good to me.
Then you may or may not be then.
Frank's problem.
Yeah, no, there's nothing on these. Should put those on there. There's council.
City Council Chambers Conference Room, so we could still meet somewhere on the 14th.
Okay, so we're staying
Yeah,
on Wednesdays.
or I think it's the Lake Shore. I
Okay.
think it's the Lake Shore Committee and Lauren can move them because they're very small. They're very small.
That being January.
Well, this is January, and so I think we're good on that.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Toby.
Toby,
Is on the Lake Shore Committee.
Right.
yeah,
So that
So
means
So,
we
but
might
this
not
will be in
even go.
January,
Okay.
yeah, this is in January, so we're okay.
but we will have, maybe possibly have a Lake Shore representative that has to be at that Lake Shore meeting. Not to complicate things, but perhaps the only one we can't overlap with.
So let's.
Well, this
leave
is
that.
tentative. This is land use consultants on-site meetings to be determined. So I don't even know if we need a conference room for those. I don't know what that means.
Consultants are gonna be on the 14th.
They're in our 14th. Okay.
I've already reserved, that is actually an open house.
Okay.
So I've reserved the council chambers for that. So
Okay.
that's not gonna be a work session.
So we're
That's
not gonna
that's
have,
an open.
Okay.
okay, so
on
the
land use.
14th is not possible for us.
Oh.
Yes.
No, but the 15th, the 15th, Whitefish High School is going to be presenting to you. And, the consultants are also going to be presenting to you.
That's a regular.
A regular
Okay.
Thursday night planning commission meeting.
Okay,
So we're good on those dates.
okay, so the 15th is,
So there'll be like a 5 o'clock work session with the students and then the consultants.
So that's
okay, so,
Thursday the 15th.
15th.
so January the 7th, we've said yes.
Mm-hmm.
And we obviously have December 17th, yes, so that's already on. December 17th, Alan is gonna fill us in on in a bit. The 7th, the 14th is an open house, the 15th,
With the work session before.
And we're
yes.
good.
And
Which one is that? Sorry.
The 15th,
15th. Okay.
yeah, so 5 PM work session with some students presenting,
That's a
presenting,
5 PM work session
5 PM,
on Thursday the 15th.
Correct.
yes. And Wednesday, the
Okay.
14th is something else.
Thanks, it's my birthday.
I know, oh, happy birthday, cancel your birthday. January
I have it
21st,
right here. Thursday the 15th.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
January 30.
21st is Wednesday,
Dave's got the room already booked.
That's not even on Dana's list.
it's on the
Foreshadow.
calendar.
Hmm.
Okay.
It just means, yeah. So the next thing that's on Dana's list, okay, so we're January 24th, you guys are doing land use.
January 24th? Is
Yep,
that a Saturday?
that is a Saturday.
Oh my God, you're right.
What? No.
Yep.
Yeah, we're all getting together on Saturday.
Not happening.
It's probably gonna be a powder day too.
Yeah, no, I don't know where that came from.
Dina didn't tell me a
She-
Saturday.
I know that there were some questions about it, and she said there would be inconsistencies between hers and what we were looking at from the room availability, so just,
No, that.
I
You
wouldn't
think
worry
that'd be the
about.
22nd? The 21st?
For what it's worth, this room's open on Saturday.
I'm glad you're gonna be there by yourself, Craig.
So I think, yeah, we can determine, I would say that we can find a space for people to meet. If you guys want to let staff do that.
find a space for us to meet if we just say a date.
Yeah, just not on Saturday. So maybe if you guys,
Well, we do have to, the owl, right? I mean.
maybe if you guys, you know, somehow adopt or whatever you're gonna do with this calendar, knowing that there's going to be some things that will change, particularly we're not meeting on Saturday.
And sometimes maybe we may not be able to broadcast to public who aren't here. If the owl is busy or what is the deal with that?
The owl has
The owl had
plans.
this date. The plans with someone else.
Can we, I
I
don't
think
know.
the owl is reserved pretty much for planning commission.
I think
It's
so
a-
too.
We bought it. It was a planning department purchase, so.
So we
it's
can't
ours.
take
I
it.
think it's ours. Dibs, yeah.
Pretty sure Dave had to pay for it.
Okay, so I'm a little confused as to what all we're gonna do on these dates. But I know that you know, but we're just,
Do you mind just going over those dates one more time, just to make sure that I've.
so all we have right now is December 17th.
Okay,
And then January 7th,
okay.
and then January 14th is
Open house.
open house.
Okay.
January 15th is our regular meeting,
Plus a work
plus
session.
a 5 PM work
What happened
session.
to January 13th?
13th, I didn't write that down. Do you guys want to Tuesday meetings?
I didn't have.
I think she was just being very tentative, because I mean, she's
Right.
the
Someone's
tentative.
gonna be in town. I think she might have just been.
On the 13th?
Yeah, that's when they're gonna be.
Well, I'm fine
I
with
work
that.
till 7 on Tuesday.
I don't think, but I think she's just saying that to be announced, because they're just gonna be in town those days.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, I mean, maybe we could say, we could meet with the consultants, like if they're gonna be in town and we could be here doing something, we could do, I don't know what we're going to have available for us to work on at that point. So this is why I'm just like, do we just choose dates? And then from there, does that make sense?
So I think what Dana's intent with this, work program, sounds like you guys are in prison.
Release program.
Well, you kind of are. So I think she was just trying to get us, just to know, coordinating between city council and between planning commission.
Yeah.
To get us to the zoning in effect on May 20th. So I don't know what you guys are gonna do on this. I mean, there's some zoning. We want to be done with land use clearly on January 24th. We might have to set more meetings, truthfully. Not January 24th, because again, that's a Saturday.
So it's just January 20th then, work session.
That's city council work session.
Okay.
The 20th?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dana just booked all of her holidays.
Well, the 19th is
And
my
a Saturday.
working day,
Yeah, so
the city
20th
council
is,
gets moved.
it'll be a
to
Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay.
Ah,
So, and then if you got, so she wants you to be through land use in time to get it to, just wants you to be done with land use. And we'll move that January 24th day. We need to be done with land use by the end of January.
28th. Was that the idea by January 28th, we wrap it up? Okay, so then,
Rooms available.
Okay.
so if we can say, I mean, I would just say, let's do it every Wednesday.
Yeah, right. Keep Wednesdays open.
Just do it every
Yeah.
Wednesday through January. We'll figure out the room, we'll decide what we want to discuss, but let's say every Wednesday we'll be here unless we get the boot
Okay.
6.
at 6.
With the exception of.
The 15th at 5 PM, if that's a regularly scheduled meeting. All right, so yeah, every Wednesday in January will just be
Through
here.
January.
So I move as the chair, because I'm going to make a motion, that we meet on December 17th and then beginning the 7th of January, every Wednesday in January.
Okay.
So that's 4 Wednesdays in January.
I second the motion.
Okay,
All in favor?
All in favor?
great. So those are our meeting dates, through January, and then we can add as necessary. And that should put us wrapping up with land use on the 28th.
That sounds
Okay.
good.
That, I think.
I can't vote, but.
But you should be here, so thank you for saying, yes, that sounds good. Because we did not have a motion on any of this stuff, I don't think that there's much for us to do about it. We're gonna continue as we have been doing. You worked through kinks, we've worked through kinks, we're at a point where we know what you're doing. I think the chart is helpful to some people in some ways, and I think that it's helpful to me when I'm looking for something, and I think, where is that, was it incorporated? If you don't mind to continue to make the chart, I like the chart.
It's helpful to me.
And so,
I appreciate it, but I'm sensitive to your.
yeah,
And I respond?
go ahead.
At the beginning of the process, I was told it was amazing, right? But the reason why we're saying that is because things are gonna be different with this next plan element, okay? The housing element is working a little bit different, because in this one, we actually have the housing committee sort of involved cooperatively with staff, and that is, I don't wanna use the word slowed, because I don't know if the word is slowed, but it's added to the process, okay? So it's added about 6 weeks to the process, because we had to we had to discuss it with them, get it to them. They've got work sessions going. The reason why I say that is because they got the staff version of the housing element last week. They spent 2 hours in a work session. They're working on the document right now. And the thoughts are that they kind of know the parameters. We're like, this is the, unless you want things to really go wonky, make your red marks within the document, just like the plan commission is
Your
doing.
version,
Keep it, what?
Your version, right? I mean,
The staff
original
version.
staff version.
Right, that work within that document, however you want to change it, but stay within that format, okay? So they're gonna have what I believe are their comments or their comments done next Monday. Okay, that's gonna give us 24 hours to make sure that, there's some, we don't have any heartburn with, and get it to you, okay? So there's gonna be no table, because I don't know what I'm doing a table on yet. And
We could,
sorry?
Yeah, we don't have to.
We don't have no table, okay, but the bigger thing is, it's possible that in particular, if you remember the way I've been formatting it now, is we've got the goal, then we've got the little narrative, right, that you guys asked me to do. They might be adding goals. So it's, I'd say possible, if not likely, that you're gonna get a version that's gonna have some placeholders in it, because there's no way I can get it done in 24 hours. So just know that there's gonna be a 1 week public input process. Generally, I've had to add like a month in advance. They're gonna get it done on Monday. I'm gonna turn around on Tuesday and send it on public input through the website, with the hearing being announced on the 17th. So the public, the agencies, everybody's gonna get a week. And then I'm gonna be collecting the comments up to the day that you guys see it. If that's the only way you're gonna make the 17th. I don't know what else to say. So just, that's the way it's gonna happen. So I don't know if people are gonna complain about that or not, but but if we didn't have the housing committee intimately working on this, I would have heard about it worse. So we had to get them intimately working on this.
I don't think there's any way around what you just said. We could say no, we could say yes, that's what's
We
happening.
could try to move it to a different date, but
I don't think.
I would get eaten alive if the housing committee didn't get to work on this.
I'm gonna say, keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate it. And I don't think there's any way that we can say, get it to us faster, because it's humanly impossible.
Done
You're
good.
amazing.
But
Yeah.
are we able to make comments from the commission real quick? Okay, so I had a long comment that I wanted to make, and I will make it eventually, but I want to be respectful of everyone's time, including.
You were the one who was asking the.
Yeah, I want to get out of here just as much. So I just really want to clarify and kind of push back against some of the things that I've heard tonight. And I've heard for months and months and months and months, and it gets me really fired up because, so I'll back up. So I'll try to kind of find
So
where,
wait, is this,
this is just like general public comment about, this is like a
so this is gonna
commission-
be like matters from commission?
matters from
Okay,
commission, is
can
that
you
where?
Can you just hold that for a
Yeah,
second?
Yep.
Until we get this timeline
Oh,
nailed
yeah,
down?
sorry, I thought we were.
And then we're gonna do our last general public
Okay.
comment, which should be very minimal. And then, so.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I thought I was confused.
It's gonna be.
My brain's not firing
And then
full
we
function.
No, you're fine. Okay, so we have adopted the timeline by motion. And then Alan, you're letting us know right now, and we're giving direction to you to keep on keeping on. We don't have any direction as far as changing things, if that makes sense. So that's our direction to staff, if everyone agrees with that.
And I would just say that if you need something, like an extra meeting or wherever that works out,
Don't
please
call-
ask.
Why
Don't call us. Go ahead.
What I said, not what she said.
Mhm.
We're here for
Do
you, right?
ask us.
So if there's anything you need, we can do it. We'll try and our best.
Okay, so that's our direction to staff. Thank you. And then is there any general public comment before we get to matters from board, matters from staff? From anybody? Right. Thanks, guys, for hanging in here, for sure. Oh, yeah. Is there anybody online with a general public comment? Going once, going twice. If we can't hear you, I'm so sorry. It's not us, it's the L.
There's no hands raised.
Okay, good. I think it doesn't always show us if it's like disconnected and hands are raising,
That's what happened tonight.
but, okay, well,
But I see the camera, so it looks like, well,
yeah, send it to us in writing. All right,
Okay,
so,
I'll try to make this as quick as I can. Again, I don't want to belabor the point. I've made these points in the past. But I just think it's really important for the planning commission to be aware, and like I've said this in other public comments. Often it is easy to get stuck in the people who are the loudest and the most consistent that show up at these commission meetings, the same 5 people with the same 5 opinions every single time that show up. And that really, what I really worry about in what's happening is that SB 382 was designed to front load the planning process to give more people in the community at large a voice in the planning process. We do these visioning sessions with 250 to 300 people so that more people in our community are represented. And I am really, really concerned, and I continue to be really, really concerned about the ways in which the voices of the like 5 or 6 people that show up to every meeting tend to be uplifted over those people who are not able to be in the room. I joined this planning board last year with the understanding that I would be committing, 2 nights a week or 1 night a week, and then it moved to 2 nights a week, and then it's 3 nights a week. And I am someone who is stretched really thin, just being on the board to participate in this process. And I often feel gaslit about my experience as a working person making barely $22 an hour. I am not alone in this process. And I do my best to hold my space, but I'm not the only one who's feeling this way. And so I think that I just really need you guys to understand that when younger people are showing up to these meetings and are getting upset, it's because their voices are not feeling heard. And the same people, while their voices are important, who've been involved in Whitefish for the last 30 years, they are not directly affected by so many of these issues. So I just need you to really sit with that. Because my community is being pushed out, and the decisions that you guys make on this planning board, because I don't have a voice, that has been made abundantly clear. I don't feel like I have a voice on this board. I'm pretty disconnected most of the time when I'm on this. And I represent a big part of my community who don't have a voice in this community. And so I think this board needs to be aware of how they're making me feel, but also how they make other people in this community feel. One sec. I don't need to belabor this point. I make it all the time. I just need you guys to understand that when you crap on MLUPA, SB 382 for the front loading process, it's not this evil, angry devil that, is in the sky. This is actually working to create a more representative process. And when we uplift the 5 people that show up every time, we're actually doing a disservice to the whole point of the law. So I'll rest my case. I will continue to make that point because for me, it's not about getting a voice in this matter on this board. It's about being a voice for people who don't have one in the room. So,
Can I ask you a question?
yes.
Where are your people? Why aren't they attending?
They,
here,
Just 5 people, but you're talking about a
Do you know how
large.
many people are working 2 to 3 jobs to survive?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, do you know how many people have kids and can't be here who can't afford childcare? There's a lot of reasons why people don't show up. Demographically, there is research that shows that the people who show up to city council meetings and planning board meetings are older, are wealthy. But again, I'm not saying your guys' voices don't matter, but those should not be the only voices that are in the room. And I am so tired of constantly feeling gaslit about not just my experience, because this, like, I'm privileged. My partner Nathan owns our home. We have renters often, right now we don't. But when I bring these comments into the room, it's because these are the people I'm in my community that I'm watching displaced. I grew up in this community. You know how many people I grew up with in this community can't live here anymore? So there's a reason there's not a bunch of people who are low income here or younger who aren't here right now. And you guys are supposed to be representing the community as a whole, not just the loudest voices. And I say that as people who are in this room right now represent my viewpoint. We shouldn't be just listening to them, but we have to take into account the whole entire community when we're doing this process. And I can tell you, when I go to Columbia Falls and Kalispell, they are way more responsive to the community at large than Whitefish is.
Well, maybe this is an anomaly, but I tell you, I have written numerous letters to the editor to embrace the community, to be involved in city council meetings and every other public forum. And what do we have?
Well, right, but what I'm telling you, I get it. I want, for a lot of people, that's just not possible. And so sometimes we have to stop and think about, how is my worldview? Maybe I need to zoom out. What are other people experiencing? What would benefit other people in the community who are not in my shoes?
So it's very late, and I think we're at this point kind of repeating, which I understand. I've heard you, it's not the first time you said it, and I look out and I see various viewpoints, and I've, from the visioning sessions in the beginning, everyone has a different perspective of what the numbers that were, recorded said. John often references one or the other. I mean, we all can look back on those visioning sessions and we all saw things through a different lens, and then.
Research back it up.
I understand. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, yes, we all have different perspectives, encourage people to come. I want this to be a respectful space, and for us to not get, emotion is fine, but anger and judgment in a city space where we're all here volunteering time, we need to keep it at a level that it's productive, because passion is good, but we have to be able to work with that passion and make it into something productive instead of something that's blaming or judging. We have to continue forward. We just set our calendar. I'm proud of us. We definitely represent different groups. We always will. That's why we're appointed by the city council, to represent different groups. That's our matters from commission, unless anybody else has something. Okay. Heard from staff. We've heard from you guys all night. You done?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Seconded. All right. Thanks, everyone. See you just soon.